Yeah, should definitely go follow Aki. Great guy, good guy. Go do the things. But thanks to Aki, I have been introduced to some new friendos. Somehow he was able to conjure up a group, summon them all for some D&D, and I'm very, very grateful. So we're going to be starting off and going into some of that. Friends, we all ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry. Where is the pointer again?
The pointer?
Yeah.
Or...
like what do you click on it? For the sorry.
What the hell is that?
For what now?
For the foundry, the pointer that everyone has.
Oh,
I can see yours.
That is there by default. It's just where your cursor is.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
No worries. Oh, I'm so nervous. Y'all have no idea how nervous I am.
This is easy, lightweight.
Without further ado, hello, brave souls, and welcome to a thrilling 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons adventure set amidst the dark and treacherous streets of Luyarnha, a city-state steeped in despair and tarnished by avarice and ruthless ambition. This is a robust metropolis, its glimmering facade concealing the festering corruption brought on by invisible Eldritch forces, shadowy beings from realms beyond our comprehension. Their sinister influence weighs heavily upon the fragile minds of its desperate citizens, plunging some into a chaotic spiral of confusion and madness that threatens to consume their very essence. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a flicker of hope prevails. The Radiant Church stands as a beacon of salvation, illuminating the path toward a brighter future. This sacred institution promises to safeguard its wandering flock, enabling them to close their weary eyes under the ever-shifting moon, knowing they are shielded by steadfast hunters, devoted to vanquishing the vile beasts and scourgeborn that plague this land. My cherished friends, though this world is rife with treachery and despair, it is this very crucible of conflict that our momentous adventure begins. But first, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Dale, and I'll be your humble lore master for the session. For a few years now, I've woven different tales and crafted experiences in the world of tabletop campaigns. You can find me sharing in this joy on twitch.tv/HeyyItsDale, or by revisiting past adventures found on the Slime and Sorcery YouTube channel. I'm dedicated to creating a shared universe where everyone can bask in camaraderie, with an emphasis on immersive roleplay, suspenseful mysteries, and daring exploration that propels our band of adventurers forward. Speaking of adventures, let us welcome today's remarkable guests. Starting with Aki. Tell us a bit about yourself. Where can folks find you?
Hey.
What are your past adventures with D&D and other tabletop systems like? And I know that we've gone through a couple of the adventures in the past already.
Hey, everyone may know me as Arkel, Strong Blood, or Strong Dream instead, from the Cyrus campaign. Also, Fennec Esbreth from also Syndra's campaign. Been playing here and there, and I mean, you all know who I am. I've been on Dale's stream for 2.5 years or so. So yeah, I mean, you can find me on my stream. I stream some games. I do try to stream when I can, and I love Dungeons and Dragons.
Fantastic. Jill, come, share your story. What experiences do you bring to D&D at large?
Name's Joe. More of an offline kind of girl, so you can't really find me anywhere except Discord. But I mean, I'm a beginner when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons, a total beginner. I only done one campaign, and that's Aki's campaign, or as I know him as Michael. But I'm here with like an open mind, just ready to be immersed and be horrified and terrified.
Wonderful. Love to hear it. I hope to suffice. All right, next up, Sven. What are you doing? You're finally able to join one of my adventures. Go tell us a bit about yourself and your experiences.
I'm super excited for this campaign because after seeing your work before, it's pretty impressive. Yeah, I'm Sven. I don't really have any socials except for like what Discord and Steam. And I've been in a couple campaigns before, a couple long-standing ones, but usually nothing too serious. So this is my first more serious campaign. So yeah, I'm super excited to see what this is all about.
Heck yeah, this is going to be a very exciting time. Glad to have you aboard.
Thanks.
Eldritch, a newfound friend. You seem to be invested in past experiences. Tell us a bit about yourself and your past experience with tabletop and D&D.
All right, I'm Eldritch. I'll be playing B&B here. I came to this campaign because I really enjoy the games of Bloodborne, and my past experiences include a couple games of some homebrew systems, some based off of Call of Cthulhu. I've also been playing quite a few D&D campaigns of 5e, and like Chill, I can't really be found anywhere except Discord as well.
Fantastic. Glad to have you aboard. And last, but certainly not least, Flats. You also seem to be relatively experienced when it comes to tabletop stuff. Tell us a bit about yourself, the expectations, what you might be excited for.
Hello, I'm Flats, the player for Marin over here. I'm really stressed. I feel like preparing for an oral presentation. But anyway, I played mostly Call of Cthulhu before and some D&D, but not in English. So it's I'm kind of new in D&D English side. I'm very looking forward to this campaign as it contains some of my favorite themes. So looking forward to meet everyone.
Fantastic. Well, thank you all for joining me on this adventure. I can hardly contain my excitement as we embark on this enchanting journey together. Tonight, we will begin our ascent from level 0 to level 1, serving as a gentle prelude to a grand adventure woven within the intricate fabric of Luyarnha. Heartfelt thank you goes to Monk DM. I found this supplement on Kickstarter, known as Steinhardt's Guide to the Eldritch Hunt, and there is a lot of good stuff found within its pages. I'm not normally accustomed to running pre-written material. This is going to be a bit of an adjustment for me. I do apologize if I need to stop and double check things or if the pace is a bit odd, but I hope that it is going to be a thrilling and fun dive in. Now, let us plunge onwards. The moon reigns high in the ink-black sky, a foreboding harbinger, akin to a vulture circling, gluttonously sizing up its next prey. The cityscape stretches before us, crowned by jagged, decaying rooftops that stand as a feeble monument to mankind's yearning to touch the heavens, a cruel reminder of their distant aspirations. The whisper of chilling wind slithers through the eerie silence of night, pierced only by the sporadic haunting calls of crows echoing through the desolate streets. Luyarnha, this once majestic city, now lies in eerie stillness, a hollow shell of its former self, with pride steeped in decay, besieged by creeping shadows. As the moon wearily traces its destined path, dark clouds gather ominously, followed by the distant rumble of thunder and flashes of erratic, bright streaks that illuminate the oppressive darkness. Our tale unfolds within a crumbling edifice nestled in the damp embrace of a shadowy undercity alley. The bricks, weary with time, their faded hues whispering of departed glory. A weathered wooden sign reads Valencia's Corner Clinic, sways unevenly above the entrance, yearning for the gentlest caress of the wind to free it from its long-suffering grip. The once busy medical center has faded to obscurity, seen much better days. Its history forgotten. Long since barricaded, the windows are blind to the world outside, prisons of mold and rot that fill the air with a cloying bitterness. Story begins within these forgotten, forsaken halls, deep, deep below, where the light of day has long since faded from memory. In the stillness of an abandoned operating room, a figure sits slumped upon an examination chair, wrists and ankles bound in cold metal restraints, though their bodies artificial, sculpted from steel and porcelain. The bitter chill of their bindings bites deep, approximating the sensation of pain. A mannequin, lifeless, inert, a discarded remnant of some grim procedure, rests motionless. The air, thick with silence, is broken only by the slow drip of unseen liquid and the groaning protest of shifting stone. A single lantern, mounted upon the eastern wall, flickers violently, casting jagged flashes of blue-white light that carve fleeting shapes into the darkness. Then suddenly, blackness. The lamp dies, plunging the chamber into an oppressive void. And then motion, a sudden jarring lurch. The mannequin stirs. A dull fluorescent glow seeps from the depths of one empty eye socket. In its place, a gemstone, violet-hued, flecked with wisps of white, blue, and green. Otherworldly. Alive. A voice echoes within the hollow chambers of the mannequin's mind. No, not a voice, not words, something older, primal. It is not spoken. Rather, it is as if a consciousness is impressed upon them, layered and distorted, like countless voices overlapping into one singular resounding truth. You are but a reflection, a shell, a husk of the void, a fleeting moment in its endless stretch. Serve, and you will know nothing. Resist, and you will cease to be. Rest, and you shall find no purpose. All will return. Things are a little shaky on my side, unfortunately. I don't know what's going on. But yes, it appears that you are currently bound, that you have belts or restraints securing your wrists and ankles to the operating chair.
The sound that I have just heard, it wasn't like anything I've heard before.
Absolutely
I tried to make
not.
sense of it. I tried to think on it, make sense of it. Can I try to respond by saying something? By asking a question? Maybe a who are you?
As you try to reach out, are you trying to verbally speak? Are you thinking? How are you trying to do so?
I'm thinking in my head, but I probably just end up saying that out loud.
As you begin to think and try to connect with this presence, there's no response, no immediate response.
I see. Then I shall try to leave the current position that I'm in. Is there any way that I can manage to struggle off the restraint?
You can certainly try. Struggle as you might. It appears you are bound as is, unable to really move around. There's a slight rattle of the metal against the chair, but not much to work with.
Then that seems like a dead end. I try again, asking, what do you want?
There's a bit of a pause.
So I wait.
You feel the presence lingering, as if thinking. You get the impression of one thing: service.
Service. I've done that all my life. that can be managed. I feel somewhat relieved since service is a term that I'm very familiar with. Then I'll accept. I try to show my affirmation towards this being, this voice, this presence in my head.
Wonderful. There's a bit more of a pause, a weight pressing all around you, encompassing your body, where you begin to feel back, breathe, and awaken. No answers has the void to give, but always will we be watching. Existence is but a fragment, lost in an endless tide. Make use of the fractions you glimpse. May your actions bring purpose, or be lost to time. You will be an amusing puppet yet. And all of a sudden, pff, the light just fades. The lantern sputters back to life, the erratic glow casting jagged, uneven shadows across the chamber. Overwhelming presence shifts away, as if that weight has been lifted. And Mirren opens their eyes. For the first time, they see. For the first time, they question. For the first time, they exist. As you take a quick look around, you take note of the medical room. Appears to be an operating room of some sort. As you begin to slowly try to shift, you notice that the bounds, the binds that once had you, are completely off. You are free to move as you wish.
Fascinating. I try to get on my feet, thinking about what just happened. It must have been a dream, but mannequins don't dream. So I start to walk around. Can I find something useful? Something sharp, maybe, that can be used as a weapon?
Sure. Is there any particular place you want to go? Do you want to take a, just like look around the room first, or?
Yeah, let's look around the room to see if there's any knife, since this seems to be an operating room.
Sounds
Surely
good.
there's knives.
Go ahead. Go give me an investigation check as we're taking a quick look around.
Oh. Investigation check.
All right. Okay. All right. What a roll to start off with.
Hell yeah.
Amazing.
Well, you awaken in a cramped, unfamiliar chamber. Appears to be spread about 20 feet, both sides. Find yourself sitting atop the operating chair, free from your belts and restraints. To the north, you spot a surgeon's table, littered with tarnished instruments stained by years of grim labor, and drawers haphazardly closed. You see remnants of cabinets and counters off to the west, doors warped and pried. You can see that they shelter some cobwebs and dust and different relics of old. There appear to be a mix of notes and other sorts of papers and parchments along the countertops. A stool lies toppled over near a medical table right beside the operating chair, holding a couple more notes and a curious purple-faced tome sealed by a padlock. As you begin to look over the counter towards the north of the room, you can see that there are indeed a number of medical tools and implements. There are a few scalpels or incision knives and other such tools that stand out from the rest, appearing to be in relatively good condition. There's some wear and tear, there's some stains, but they seem as if they would do the job perhaps in self-defense or if you're looking for a sharp tool of some kind. See that a couple of the drawers there are haphazardly closed, a couple are sticking open, not quite like fully closed, a couple appear to maybe be off of the little slide securing them into the table. Additionally, you notice a mug that has been placed on the countertop that is slightly askew, as if it's being propped up by something underneath.
Well, first I'll take the knife that is in the best condition, and then I'll walk up to the parchment paper. Can I skim through and see what it is about? Just quickly.
Absolutely. So it appears that there are a number of documents that pertain to past experiments and procedures that have been going on, conducted in this room.
I see. So a catalog. I'll take that. It seems important, but I don't want to read it here. I'll look at the, what did you say, the cup, was it?
Yes, there's like a ceramic mug that's been like slightly askew, as if propped up by something underneath.
I'll pick it up to see what is it about. It doesn't seem like the other things all in place and all.
Sounds good. As you begin to pick up the cup, you can just like feel the coating of dust on it. It's got that little like layer of grime, as if it just hasn't been washed. The dust has been collecting in some sort of damp setting. Mug itself, nothing special appears to be chipped. There's no liquid remaining inside. There's a little bit of stains on the bottom of the cup, but underneath there appears to be a scrap of yellowed, almost faded parchment.
Since when do people put paper in water? That's weird. I'll pick it up. Can I make out what's written on it or not?
Indeed. Appears to be hastily written, or at least by someone with some rather poor penmanship. But it appears to be a set of numbers. I can get that to you
Numbers.
in 1 sec here. Numbers appear to read 01 36 14.
0, 1, 3, 6, 1, 4. Well, I read that in my head, and I guess I'll try to remember it as we go on. I'll walk to the door to check. Is it locked?
Sure. Are you trying to directly open it, or just testing the door to see if it will let you open?
Oh, okay. That sounds okay. Oh, okay. That's. I will.
A clarifying question.
Yes. I will. Just check, not open the door. Just check if it's locked or not.
Okay. So you try to reach for the handle, give it a little twist, and there's no resistance. It appears that it will open for you. There is a frosted glass pane on the door. It appears to be like a nice heavy set wooden door. As you try to take a look through that frosted pane, it appears to be a little crackle of an orange glow from the other side.
Orange glow. Okay, so I'm not the only one in a room with lights. That's good. At least I won't be needing to close the light before I go out. I'll push the door a little bit just to see what's on the other side. I'll try to make it not that noticeable. Try to keep it, how do we say, sneaky.
As you attempt to take the door and twist the handle, and ever so gently, just slowly try to open the door and creep it along, You just hear a gigantic as it is creaking at the slightest touch. But as you begin to shift it open, you can see that it leads to some sort of war. There are a number of stone tiles leading outwards. You can make out a bit of a medical bed right past the entryway. A lantern attached to the wall directly off to the west. But noticeably, appear to be crimson red stains littering the floor before you.
I approach slowly. I try to look around. Doesn't seem. Do I see anyone?
You do indeed. As you step on through, you can see that there are 4 humanoid individuals resting atop some of the beds closest to the entryway. You can see 2 appear to be elves of some sort. You can see one with a somewhat metallic porcelain body constructed in a similar, albeit perhaps patchwork relation to yours. And another figure that appears to be smaller, maybe about half your height, resting atop one of the beds to the south. They all appear to be wearing medical garbs, patient gowns, except for the steel and porcelain figure. They appear to be bare.
This clinic is pretty busy, I guess. I'll approach the first one that I see over here near the door. And can I try to shake him awake?
You absolutely can. Sven, let's introduce your character.
I take a big gasp as I am being awoken so abruptly. And I blink at whoever is shaking me awake. Doesn't seem like anyone I know. I try to ask, who are you, but the words kinda fail me. Seems like I haven't spoken in a while. How long have I been here? Last thing I remember was sitting in bed at home. I look at you puzzled, but I managed to squeeze out, where am I?
I'm sorry, did I bother your sleep? I didn't mean to. It's just that you seem very restrained, let's say. My name is Marin. I guess you could say that we're in some sort of clinic.
I look at my restraints in confusion, and I try to look around a bit.
I will leave that up to you. Are you restrained?
Huh. Maybe not. It would make sense if I wasn't actually. Well, I'll just look around the clinic a bit. Where am I? Oh. Who are you? I'll try to get upright. It's a bit difficult, but easier than normal, it seems. Weird.
I'll try to help hold him to stand up. Here,
I'll
maybe you need some rest. I don't know. Usually people, when they wake up from a hospital bed, they don't tend to walk normally right after.
A walk? I don't think I've ever been able to do that.
How come? Isn't that something that everyone can? Okay, maybe you're a special case, right? Just like a lot of people out there.
I try to think of why I can't walk, but it kind of escapes me a bit. In fact, a lot of things start to escape me a little bit, as hard as I may think. I'll ask again, like, where am I? What have you done to me? As I look at my body and my legs that I can seem to move now.
I'm sorry. I don't think I can answer that question. I just woke up too, and to be fair, I woke up in an operating room, so that's not helping either.
Operating room?
Yeah, I'm gonna point to my left and show him the door that I just entered from. It's right there. As you can see, the bloodstains are there, and there's a bed with more metal. Not nearly as comfortable as here. At least you got company here.
I kind of grasp my head because it seems I have a headache from all that thinking. I shake my head and gaze downwards and say, just leave me be for a bit. I don't remember anything. Why am I here?
I'm sorry, I guess. Okay, I'll leave him be. I'll walk to the next person right in front of here. I'll try to shake them open. Maybe they know more than the two of us.
All right.
I'll do it more softly this time. Try to not make them feel too
Wow.
You're just waking up. You don't know your own strength. You're still trying to test those bounds. We got a couple of hurdles here and there. You can absolutely walk down to the lower beds, and you come across another, what appears to be an elf. Aki, let's introduce your character.
I am John Ashwood. I am an elf and half, white hair, red eyes, cool hunter head. Though I'm not a hunter, I just like fashion very much. I like to dress myself well and perfectly. I am someone that don't trust people that easily, but for the sake of the body that I am in, I might just find new allies myself.
All right, fantastic. Well, you are lying atop the bed, clad in nothing but a patient gown, when suddenly, perhaps through the slightest bit of sleep or consciousness, you begin to feel a shake rupture you.
I feel the shake, and instinctively, I go to try to pull a dagger that I imagine should be there, but I see that it's not. To see what the danger is. I just see a mirror in front of me, or a doll in front of me. I look a little frightened and look around my surroundings. Don't know where I am. A little confused. Like, where am I? Who are you?
Okay, that seems like a sentence that I'll be saying a lot today. Well, you're in a clinic. A clinic, and I'm not sure how we got here. Do you have any ideas? Oh, I don't think so. But if you do have any inputs, please fill me in.
Do I have any recollection, Mr. DM?
Of how specifically got here? I don't.
How I got here, or where exactly I am? Maybe architecture of the place I've seen somewhere before.
Give me a medicine check.
Medicine. All right. Hey.
You know that you are in a medical ward of some kind. It appears to be of ill construct. It appears to be in disarray. There are gashes along the walls, along parts of the stonework. The different stone tiles are either chipped or somewhat falling apart. It looks nothing like any medical facility you have ever been in before.
All right. Do I see that Mirren is a mannequin?
Yes, it is very clear in construct. While approximating that of a humanoid and made in the likeness of such, there are clear distinctions that they are a mannequin.
I have a quick question about mannequins because I didn't read exactly. What are the perspective of other races towards mannequins?
They're seen as a more kind of subservient kind of role, typically used for entertainment or to assign tasks to, and other things.
I'll look at her as like, am I able to like get up and move around, or
Yeah, you're
am I
able.
still like too weak?
You're not bound. It's entirely up to you. Whatever direction you would like to take.
Yeah. I'll sit on the table, try to get my boundaries right. I look at Mirren. It's like, Mirren. Actually, I don't know her name, but like, excuse me. My name is Gina. What is your name, love?
Oh, it's Mirren, miss.
Ah, Mirren. Perfect. Mirren. Seeing that you don't know where we are, and I very much don't know where we are, and seeing how decrepit and old, and I look at the floor, bloody this place is, I suggest we don't stay here very long. I give it a sarcasm giggle.
I would appreciate getting out of here.
I will take a look around. Maybe help wake up. I look at next to me. I see whatever it is next to me. It's like waking up the others would be a good idea, perhaps.
All right, so who's doing what?
If you don't mind, I'm gonna wake up whatever this is down here. I mean, I'm saying this because this all can look very scary.
You would know them as a curse blood, one of the general occupants of the city of Luyarnha. Not a problem. Mirren, what are you wanting to head off and do?
I'll go to the other bed, waking up the other person that I see.
All right, you can easily enough make your way off to the other, and as you approach them, you see that they are a mannequin, much like yourself, constructed in a similar fashion, though appear to be perhaps a bit more haphazard, not as refined of a construction. You gather their creator might not have as refined of hands as you might expect. As the two of you begin to make your way off towards the east, you do notice that the room begins to darken. Mirren, the light begins to fade into pure darkness for you. And this figure is at the almost the bare edge of what you can reasonably see or try to feel around for at the moment. Jean, as you take a walk over, begin to get your surroundings, you can see that the room stretches about maybe 60 or so feet total. You see there are a number of beds down as well, and just very faintly through the darkness on the east wall, you spot a hunched over figure. It appears that they were standing and hunched over from their waist as if looking down, motionless, inert. Still waking folks up?
Yeah. So it's not an hallucination that the darkness is closing in.
It appears to be encompassing all around you outside of any area devoid of light.
Okay, that's okay.
Well,
I
mhm.
I'll try to make this fast. I'll try to jolt the mannequin open. I'm delighted to see her, one of my own kind, after all. But I don't feel safe near the darkness, so I try to do this quick and maybe get back to the light right afterwards.
One of your kin. Would you want to shake them atop of the medical bed? Would you want to try to carry them and try to wake them elsewhere? What are you thinking?
I'm gonna try to drag the medical bed to bring them to the lights too. The darkness scares me a bit.
Okay, that's easy enough. You can absolutely begin to like roll out the bed. You'll hear the echo of the wheels clattering across the uneven, somewhat broken stone tiles. There's a little bit of resistance, but you can easily enough take your time and make sure they don't fall off and whatnot, and bring them a bit closer towards the light. Not a problem. You can begin to try to shake them or wake them in some way. Joe, let's introduce your character.
Am I being shaken? Is that what's happening right now?
Yes, softly.
My eyes like fly open and I like reach out to the mannequin's hands, like arms, to stop her from shaking me. And then like after like a beat, I go, "Is it done?"
Done.
I like blink at her for a couple times. And I look around, kind of get like a feel of like my fingers, flex my toes. And like sit up and then put my feet on the floor. And I take a good look at the mannequin in front of me. Are you here for the free will too?
The free will. If you must say so. It's something that I think everyone should have.
Yeah. Everyone should have that. Am I able to am I able to move? Am I feeling like some kind of way because I just woken up?
I will leave that up entirely to you. However, you think that you might be feeling in the moment.
And then I jump on my feet. I'm perfectly fine.
Just takes a big old nap. I'm fully recharged, all good to go.
I asked him at him, what's your name?
Mirren, miss. What's yours?
I take her hand and like both of my hands and then like fiercely shake her hands. It's like, Lilith. My name's Lilith.
Oh, pleasure to meet you, Lilith.
Pleasure to meet you.
Do you know why we got here in the first place? I don't recall asking for any of this.
I kind of like stare at her blankly. And you're like, And then I start walking toward the light.
Okay. Yeah, you can walk towards the light. You see the open doorway leading towards the operating room. You can see the blue-white light quickly crackling, radically flashing through. John, you are walking over towards a crucible. You can see a small humanoid figure, somewhat ashen-like skin. Appears that they are also clad in a patient gown, much like yours. However, they appear to have a somewhat ornate, detailed mask obfuscating their face, or what would be their face. How are you trying to interact with them or wake them up.
I will, no, like get the blanket that's in the bed, right? I put my hand in it and then like touch him, poke him. So I don't want to touch him directly. It's like, hello, are you alive?
I would say
Hello?
as soon as your finger makes any type of contact with the bed and puts motion, like onto the surface of the bed, you see the body kind of flip immediately over to its side and under the bed. Like it flips to the opposite side of you, drops under the bed, and then disappears into the darkness.
Oh,
And then then you'll just hear like right from behind you, "Where are we? Who are you?"
I don't know, and I'm Gene.
That's some action.
I hope that answers the question. I mean, we're technically in a cleric, and somewhere familiar, perhaps, to you. Since don't want to sound mean or anything, but since your kind technically comes from here,
No, I do not remember. I was harmed? I think I was... Oh yeah, I'm probably right here. How do you move your character?
Should be able to move them around with the
Just drag.
with the cursor. If you're not on the, you go to the token controls on the left hand of the hotbar there. It should be the 4 squares, or like the little 4-corner square option you have. Otherwise, you might be on the ruler, and that won't directly move. Where he wants and head to, though, I can easily get you there.
I was trying to just head to like to the top left of Aki or Jean's square.
Just right up.
Does that work? Sorry, top right, I mean.
Oh. Off into the shadows.
Yeah, just barely obscured coming out of them.
Sure. You are like just on the precipice of the dim light fading into darkness. Perhaps there's a slight glint reflecting on your mask as your body almost begins to seamlessly meld with the darkness innately.
And then, yeah, I would say I remember being injured. Is that why we're here?
I am unsure. I don't remember anything other how I got here, how I am in these clothes. I don't remember anything.
It
We
would
should
be
find
fitting.
supplies. Is there any
This-
higher levels? Higher people?
I'm
Doctors?
sorry. Don't think so. I see something perhaps in the darkness over there, but I'm not entirely sure. The darkness is not really my ally in this situation. I prefer staying in the light.
Please do not open things without telling me.
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to
Character.
turn. Can we turn the character? Like
If you want to. Shift
There we
and
go.
arrow key will turn directions.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was trying to turn the character. I didn't.
No
mean
worries.
to.
Oh yeah, question. Do I see the knife that's on you, Miriam?
It's in my pocket, so maybe
Okay,
if
never mind.
you're really observant.
No, I'm not observing that just yet.
I
I guess I would just be like
Where-
exploring the room, finding
If-
different areas.
If I could just interject, where would the pocket be?
Where would the pocket be? On my. Do I have all my clothes, or is it just It's just a standard clinic cloth.
Currently, the 2 mannequins are bare, would just be the chassis itself. The other 3 are clad in just traditional patient gowns.
I see. Then I suppose. I don't have a pocket. Then it's probably in my hands, along with the parchment that I took.
I guess I would ask you, where'd you get the knife?
Oh, it's right inside the operating room, just over here, this side. You can pick
guess
one
I'll-
if you want, but they're all pretty rusty.
I guess I'd quickly run into here and then try to find a weapon.
Yeah, you can easily enough begin to make your way up towards the operating room we saw Mirren start in. Taking a look around, you see the same things. You see the cabinets and counters off to the west. You see the medical table and the different tools and whatnot up towards the north. A couple of the drawers kind of like ruffle through off to the eastern side of the table, and the light shimmering off to the east, as well as the bloodstain itself leading like from the ward through the doorway off to the, like, kind of culminating off to the operating chair, where there's also a toppled stool and medical table.
If I can grab one of the rusty knives, how tight is this gown around us? Is it just like very, very loose?
It does not appear to be tightly bound at all. It is very loose, very free-flowing.
I would quickly tie it as tight as I could against my body, take one of the knives, cut where the mouth is on the center of my torso so it has a way to open up, and then quickly start shoving all of the knives and everything it seems useful to me, medical supplies, just everything into my chest.
Okay. Do you want to, like, take the time to just look around the entire room, then scrounge for anything that might be useful? Or anything that's just, like,
Yeah.
outright immediately useful?
Anything that could be useful that I think I might need. And I would say some things that I probably wouldn't need, some things that just look interesting, I'd also be shoving in there. And
Okay.
I can do this in the background while other people do other stuff that need be.
Okay, sounds good. So, let's say you give the room a good once over. Go give me a investigation then.
Investigation. There we go. Investigation. There we go. Oh, nat 20.
All
Let's
right.
go.
All right.
Great.
Dang.
First
Wonderful.
nat 20.
So, what a momentous occasion. The 4 of you see this cursed blood with such agility instantly just slip right between your legs or right through your body as a dart right into the operating room. You start to hear a clamor echoing through the chambers as they're trying to just dig through everything. You hear the fabric ripping and tearing as they're trying to secure the clothing a bit better for themselves. And we will revisit that in a moment. Everyone else, what are you looking at doing?
I'll try to examine the light. Is it something that I can possibly bring with me?
The
light
lights
source.
from the wall in the ward.
Yeah.
So it appears to be an iron lantern that is connected and affixed to the wall. It does appear to be electric in nature. There's no source of fuel or anything else that would be powering it. Looks to be like a warm bulb of some sort. And as you begin to approach, you can like feel some of the heat that's emanating off of it. A stark contrast to how cold the rest of the facility seems to have been. But as far as trying to remove it, you are unable to do so.
Very well.
Can I see if? Oh, sorry. Go on.
I was just gonna say, I want to ask for help.
Yeah, I was actually gonna go help you. I see that I was gonna say that see there's another alpha. I want to see if I can try to assist my kin.
I want to ask for help to like get up, but as I see you approaching, I kind of try my legs out for myself first, and like stand on my own weight, which I can, surprisingly to me at least. Even though my bones kind of ache and my muscles are few. I'll look at you and I see that you have the pointy ears, and I want to speak in a familiar way, but I don't know, it just escapes me.
Are you alright, Ken?
I scratch my head a bit and say, Arch, I think. My name.
Oh, Jean. You may call me Jean.
I look at you and I nod silently, and I look at the two dolls. What are they?
They are mannequins. Not familiar with mannequins?
I look them up and down, and they don't seem human or elf, so I shake my head.
Most peculiar. Are you not from around these parts, perhaps?
I look around the room and just nod and say, I don't know.
Well, I strain my hands towards him, not in a shake, but like the palm face up, like as expecting to give the hand. If you cannot walk, you may walk with me. I will help you.
I look at your hand for a sec and then shakily give my hand and lean on you a little bit as I twist out my legs.
Can you walk?
Yeah, I can walk.
Yeah, well, I'll help you. I'll help you walk anyway. Give you a little support.
Yeah. And yeah, I just look around a bit and look at the mannequins. It's all very strange.
They won't bite you. They're very passive.
Yeah, I wave my hand at him.
I give a very nervous smile and nod my head as like a little bow. And
Your massive amounts of crashing in the background.
what the? I want to peek in the room a little bit. What's going
You
on
see
over there?
this curse blood go into town on the entire place. Combing through the different counters, rifling through drawers, trying to look and take a hold of anything that might be useful or important in some way or some kind. I'll say at this point we're probably a quarter of the way through the room.
Say that one more time?
At this point in time, I believe B&B would probably be around a quarter of the way trying to comb through the room. I see them taking things section by section and just rifling through anything that would be potentially useful.
Well, there goes that plan.
He's having a blast. Just let him.
I would say if you peek in, you'd see sometimes whenever, instead of like walking over to something, he'd be hopping like from the table, like say he'd hop from like this chair to the table to the other side instead of actually just walking normally around it.
Return to monkey.
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel like if I had bodily functions, I would have pissed myself watching that. It's scary.
Heavens, what is that?
He looks like a rabbit of some sorts. You know, small and they jump around and they're agile.
It's definitely a very ugly, fugly, cute thing, I guess.
I don't
Is it-
know if you have seen a rabbit before, but it definitely does not look like that.
That's-
Well,
is
you
it
don't know. The
dangerous?
world is big. Maybe out there there's rabbit that looks like that.
Dangerous or not, I think it is sane, at least, so it won't attack us.
Okay.
Is vision based on me?
Yeah. If I do this, I can see you. This, no.
I don't know, guys, it's the light. It's the light from this light next to Miriam here.
The lights
Oh.
do interact with each other.
Yep.
Huh.
So while B&B is coming through the room, is there anything else you all are wanting to do, or are we just waiting for them to finish investigating through?
I mean,
I do
there's a
want to
door,
look
right?
for an exit in this room.
Sure.
Can I look for doors too? They can open.
Sure.
Just walk
So
around, look.
as Miriam, as you begin to try and make your way off to the east, the moment that you make your way out of the immediate light on the precipice of dim light meeting darkness, you're not sure if it's your vision or just the feeling of being woken up so recently. There's a bit of a chill. Almost seems as if the space warps a little bit. The darkness begins to tunnel in on itself before reverting back, and you get this sense of some sort of a rush overtaking your cognition. But as you take a look through the immediate area, you do see that within the light, there's a door up north. There's a door off to the west, reads components and sundries. You do notice that there are beds that continue to trail off into that darkness away from the light. If you want to try and reach around in the darkness, absolutely can do. You will be unable to see, however, and it may be a bit more difficult to try and wander around.
Hmm.
Can I try the west door?
Yeah, do that first.
Sure. Lilith, you're wanting to try and open or look through?
Yeah, like try it, not directly try to open it, just like try the handle.
Sure. So as you begin to make your way towards the door, you can see that it's another wooden door, appears to be relatively well constructed. There are gashes along, I say gashes, there are scratches etched into the wooden surface and parts of the stone entryway where it meets the wall. The door itself is slightly ajar, not even a centimeter, just barely open. Appears that there's no need to like twist the handle or anything. It appears to be unlocked if you want to attempt to push the door open.
Yeah, I'll push the door open.
All right, as you begin to try and push it open, there's a little bit of movement before you hear a thud from the other side. And as you're trying to push it, it feels like something has shifted, blocking the door's immediate path. Do you continue to try and push and try to get the door open?
Am I able to see anything in the room? Or I would be able to see it if, at this moment, right? If I could.
There is very little you'd be able to see inside if you're trying to like take a look through that little crack of the door and the wall. The barest bit of light extends inside, As you approach the little slit, though, there is an overwhelming sense of some sort of rot or decay right at the doorway.
I like turn down my nose and like make a disgusting face and put my hand over my nose. Am I able to investigate the scratches that are on the door and the walls?
Sure, you can absolutely take a look over at them. Is there anything you're trying to glean in particular?
Just like, are they more like animal scratches or they're like human scratches?
Go ahead and give me a survival check. If you want to do the check, you can do so directly from the character sheet. You can have that pulled up and press survival right from there. That way we don't have to have any sort of roll formulas or anything put in.
Easier than Albert.
So I just click on it?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
All right. With a 6. It's a little hard to tell. It's mixed in with the stone. You gather they're somewhat narrow. It would most likely be difficult to come from a human's hands or some other humanoid type creature's hands. It either appears to be from a tool, perhaps some sort of sharp item or object, or perhaps from some sort of claws, but you're not quite able to tell what exactly was the source.
I kind of just walk away from it, uninterested.
Okay.
Meanwhile, can I take my chance in the dark? I'll try to reach for the beds and touch the walls when I'm advancing to try to learn when I'm going.
Okay. Sounds good. So you are... How do you want to do this? You're wanting to reach for the beds and like use the beds as a guiding point to anchor yourself, and then try to use them to connect with the wall and follow the wall down?
Yes.
Okay. Are you wanting to go to the north or south row of beds first?
I'm going to the north. I'm trying to reach some kind of doorknobs or just doors. Even a window, that would do.
All right, fantastic. You can absolutely reach for the bed and use that to kind of stabilize yourself. You're able to slowly make your way on through, and you do eventually make way with a door. Oh, things got a little screwy on my side. What the heck is going on here? But right where you are currently, I will move you through the darkness so you don't have to worry about it.
Okay, thank you.
As you're following through the wall, you do feel a different sensation other than stone, other than the cracked stonework, the brickwork. You feel the rough texture of wood. Try to feel around a bit more. You're able to find a handle. Absolutely.
A candle?
A handle.
Oh, a handle.
Aw.
Sorry. Too excited. Too hopeful. A handle. Okay. I turn around and I inform the others that there's another door here if we want to take a chance.
I look
see
at
you guys there.
I look at Jen and look at the door and then nod.
Okay, then that's a 2 out of 4. What does the other say?
Are y'all wanting to pile in?
Yeah, I'm with. What was the name
Okay.
again? Marion.
Miran. Yeah, I'm going with Miran, helping Mr.
We
I
are
forgot his name.
already, so
Arch.
I take the doorknob and I open it. Hopefully there's something on the other side that's not dangerous. And I hold my knife very closely on the other hand.
Sure, you can have it in your, perhaps like in your dominant hand, offhand reaches for the doorknob, and you're able to give it a twist. It will open before you. It is pure darkness. You cannot see anything beyond. Who is coming up
Is it like-
right behind Mirren?
That would be me.
All right. As the door opens, it is the faintest of black. You can glisten or gleam a couple of different details. You see that there is a trail of some sort leading from one of the beds into and past the doorway beyond. Looking in, you can see that there are a row of what appear to be 3 containers towards the end of the far wall. The trail appears to be leading directly towards the middle container. There appears to be a cart of some sort with some sort of perhaps fabric or cloth draped up on top. There are bottles and bottles along a stretch of counter off towards the east wall as well.
From my memory,
Does-
it's never good to touch the bottles without knowing what's in them. Also the
True.
containers. Also the containers. How tall are they? Are they like really big or?
You are not aware of the containers.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You cannot see anything inside the room.
The
I turn
fabric.
to my comrades. What do you think? Do we just go in there, take a chance? It's better than
Yes.
nothing.
You see me squinting inside, and the fabric. Does it look like there's something under it?
It looks like there is a slight mound. Not able to tell what, if anything. It looks rumpled. It does look like there is a bit of a pile that it's covering, but no idea what it would possibly be.
I'll say. I think there might be someone else sleeping over there.
Oh,
Someone else? And then I blindly go into the room. Like how people do with their eyes closed, just like hands out, walking like zombies.
Just rushing through.
Like trying to see if I can touch anything. Not like rushing, but like walking with my hands out in front of me, outstretched in front of me. Like you know how kids do when they're playing like hide and go seek with their eyes closed. If
Sure.
They can touch
Yeah.
someone.
Absolutely. All right. Yeah, you can absolutely begin to make your way inside. All right. How is this going to... So let's have you start to go in. It is a complete mystery to you. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to follow, just like go straight down? Are you trying to follow a corner or reach out for anything? What's the goal here?
Now me personally as Joe, I would be looking for a light switch. But knowing Liz, she's just outstretched, going straight towards whatever is in front of her. Doesn't know where she's going. She's just going straight.
Just going straight. All right. So you're able to keep going straight, just like try to take your time, slowly going down and going down and going down. Arch, you see this mannequin with almost perfect precision. There's no issue of them getting lost. They're able to calculate the trajectory and their movements and keep a pretty relatively straight line moving forwards. And you see them just arms outstretched, trying to feel for anything. Slowly walk down. You see they narrowly miss the cart just to the right of them. There appears to be some bit of metal low to the ground off to their left that you can see that they narrowly miss, perhaps part of another cart or a wheelchair of some sort of like a foot strap or something. They eventually make their way down to the very end. Mirren, I'm sorry, Lilith, you make your way towards a container that is relatively cold to the touch. You can figure it might be a locker or something of the sort. And as you're reaching out, it appears that you've reached a corner. There is nothing off to the right as you try to feel around. It extends a bit closer to the, extends a bit more to the left. However, the door itself appears to be slightly ajar.
Like, guy, where's the other person? What did you see? Where are they? And then I feel that the door is like, I can feel that it's like the door's ajar.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Perhaps there's like a little clatter as they try to reach out.
Like containers kind of like jingling. Like, oh, there's another door. There's another door, guys. Kind of like touching around the frame of the door. Hello?
I don't know if we should go deeper before finding a light source. I mean, we're already getting pretty far from the lights. What do you think?
Someone said there's a person here. Where's the person?
I keep squinting at whatever that mound is, but I'm not entirely sure. And I'm like, that over there. And I point. Where I can't see it.
Am I cold?
You're standing next to it? Next to him, her, I think?
Let's not assume.
Well, yeah, for me. My character assumes.
They.
There we go. There we go.
Are you looking at the wall in front of you?
I'm going to just reach to my far right with no apprehension, just like move to my right and just like push to the right.
Lilith, how tall are you?
I am 5'4".
All right. As you begin to reach out for the right, I like to imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, but like you're just trying to, feel out, your arms just like fully outstretched, dead in front of you. Perhaps like trying to move up and down slightly to see if you feel anything. You swing around and you feel nothing. There's nothing off to your right. Arch, you see Mirren just loop around, arms dangling maybe 2 feet above where the cart is resting.
Lower, right there, as I keep pointing again.
Lower? And then
Yeah.
I just like cartoonishly, like just like crunch down, like as a kid, and then like very Velma-ish, like from Scooby-Doo, just touch around the floor. Am I feeling anything?
As you begin to hunch down, my first thought is you are not really like moving your upper body, but you're bending your knees to bring you close. Is that accurate, or some other way?
No, that's very accurate. That's exactly what it was.
Fantastic. So yeah, as you begin to just like try to lower yourself, as you get maybe halfway down or so, you feel fabric over your outstretched arms. Feels like there's a rough sort of pile. It does not feel very stable. It feels as if whatever this fabric is on top of is shifting under your touch.
Ew.
Am I feeling, is there like some like body heat? Am I feeling body heat?
You are feeling no body heat.
I'm like, all right, Elf.
All right, and with that, let's
Is it
head on
one
over
over?
to Eldritch with B&B. You have
Still
been
hear
combing
crashing.
this place for so dang long. Yes, all of you, as you began to make your way off to the other room, you became used and numb to the sound of the crashing and B&B just trying to rifle through literally anything and everything the room has to offer. Eventually, it does begin to stop and die down. Maybe at a couple of points, you have found a number of things. You found surgical tools, you found scalpels or knives, or perhaps some very like foggy hand mirrors or other implements for looking at crevices a bit further in. That would be on the smaller side, more miniature size. You were able to rifle through a couple of drawers, and you found what appears to be like a brass cylindrical tool, an implement of some kind. As you take a quick look over it, it appears that there was some sort of like levers or buttons along the side of it. Additionally, in that drawer, you also found about 4 vials of some sort of like dark, murky kind of liquid. Did you want to take a look at the cylinder a bit closer, or just chucking it right into the maw?
Well, if I've combed through all the simple things in the room, like things I would know, I would first start, once I completed with the things I know, I know I can use and I know what their use is, I would then return to it and then start to try to figure out its functions and see what it can do or what it is.
Okay.
I would start with things I know and then move to things unknown and try to work them out. I'd specifically also be looking for like light sources that I could use. Like maybe, I don't know if this electrical table thing is like active. I'd also be looking at that.
Fantastic. So basically setting down anything to interact with at a later point to return to, everything else being chucked right in.
Yes.
Perfect.
And I don't know how we're going to work out what I actually get.
We'll cover that, not a problem. So say there are like a bit of mundane items you can go through, the tools and whatnot. You can pick up a couple of bandages, and as you take a look through them, you can see that there's some sort of concoction on them. They don't appear to just be straight bandages or gauze. It appears that there's some sort of like liquid, or they were steeped in something and have something applied to them. We can return to that if you'd like to take a look at that in more in depth along with the tool. You found what appears to be like a leather satchel or a leather like handbag that contains a number of various supplies inside. Essentially, you've discovered a healer's kit, which might be able to be used to transport some of the items as well. We can cover through all of the more mundane items to keep it reasonable, not a problem. While you were investigating the lamp set off to the southeast of the room, it does not appear to be functional. It appears to be like have some sort of switch, but if you attempt to like flick it on or off, it does not appear to be operable in the slightest. There's absolutely no response. You do see.
I'd be lit. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'll wait till you get complete description and I'll describe how I mess with it more.
Sure. There are a couple of scraps of paper you can find underneath the medical table, as well as the operating table, along with the tome atop the table. Appears to be secured by small chains, both vertically and horizontally. Appears to be a small padlock securing them both in place. Are you wanting to, like, would you just be setting it with the like other items? Would you be putting that directly in as you're going through, or leaving it alone as we're moving along?
I would set it with the unknown items, because I would go through each individual unknown item as it comes up, because I basically like the easiest things like appreciated gauze, maybe the paper, the mercury vials, brass tool, and then the final thing would be the tome. And I'd most likely try to pick lock and then read the inside really quickly and kind of skim through it to see what it is, and if it was useful, shove it in.
All right, I'll take a note of that. How would you want to interact with the light source, with the lamp?
Just to be sure, I was talking about the overhead lamp here that
Yes.
is it seems like over the operating table.
Yep.
I would see how it's powered up and see if I can power it up at all, because I think there is power in here, correct?
There is at least some semblance of power. There is the fixture along the wall off to the east, flickering as you're looking through. The lamp itself does not appear to be connected to anything. If you had a best guess, it might be self-operable in some way, but there's no sort of associated power source that you can find.
Do I see any switches on the side of it, or any way I could turn it on?
There are a couple of switches, like along the top of it, and you can try to fiddle with them. No power.
No power?
Nope.
I guess I would quickly, if I can't get any power, do I see any like ways to open it up and see whether or not I can see any type of way, see like where they would power it up or change out a power source to it?
Not looking it over. Appears to be pretty well sealed.
So they don't change it out. Well, they have to. How do they even use this thing? I guess if I can't do that, I'd be looking at the. Does the brass tool look like it could be a power source? Does it look like it is something that you could point forward and then have light come out of it?
Sure. Wanting to take a closer look at it then?
Yes.
All right. So as you take a look at the little cylinder, see that it's made of brass. Appears to have a couple of scratches. Appears to be that it is well worn. But trying to like look it over through some of the small little levers and indents and buttons on the side, you remind me if I'm incorrect, but you have proficiency with Tinker's tools, correct?
Yes.
All right. So this would become almost like second nature for you to try and figure out how to work it. And you realize that this is a petrine lamp. You can flip open the top of the tube using one of the buttons, and with the levers, you can pull it down. You'll have a little spark of flame ignite. It'll shed bright light in 10 feet and give 10 more feet of dim light. And it will remain lit as long as you are holding down the lever. You can let it go as a free action, or unless there's some sort of force that pushes you or moves you that would reasonably cause you to let it go.
Does it seem like there's any type of source of it, of the flame, or is it just there?
It seems like it comes from the...
Like, is it more magical sourced, or is it more like Eldritch magic source, or is it more like actual mechanics and there's some source to this?
It is, you absolutely get the sense it is some sort of actual contraption filling around more. You can discover how to open like the fuel segment and get a pretty good idea that the vials you had uncovered were more potential fuel for the lamp.
Do I know this fuel?
Appears to just be petrol.
Okay, do I know how long one would last? And how many vials I'd have? Make kind of like a calculation of how long I can use this for before it's useless?
You
I don't find
figure
anymore.
that the capsule can last for about an hour of continued prolonged use. Each of the vials is roughly about the same shape, would fill the canister up, so about 5 hours total.
5 hours total?
Mhm.
I guess if I could do that, then I'd quickly... The light source right there, is the light right there, can I see how that light is being powered up? Like if I open up the case around it, or like try to break it open, would I see what is powering this light?
That's attached to the wall.
Yes.
Yeah, it appears to be some sort of electric light. You can see that there is some sort of a bulb that's affixed inside. It's erratic, it sparks here and there. It's not consistent. You figure there might be some sort of unstable connection or source, or there might be some sort of issue with the conduit in some way. But yeah, gather it's through some sort of electricity or other like analog power.
Okay. I guess if I figure out So I grabbed the bags, basically any type of weapon I could find. I've grabbed the gauze, all of the other stuff. Let's see. Grabbed paper. Can I crack open this this surgery light right here and see? Can I like open it up or like break open the side and see whether or not I can find anything of use in it that I'd recognize that I could like grab and use later, like parts, spare parts?
You can certainly try to fiddle around. I'd say you'd have a pretty good idea that trying to break it open would render, like with how it's constructed, would render a lot of the parts relatively broken, perhaps not for like immediate use. You figure, at least at a quick glance, there might be some cabling, like innate wiring inside, but no other immediate purpose.
Okay, then I guess I would just the pre-treated gauze. Would I recognize what is on there, or is it something like completely unknown to me?
Go give me a medicine check.
Okay. Ooh, medicine. There we go. Got it.
Oh
my
my god.
Another net 20.
This guy. I don't
Let's
think
go.
I don't think I've ever
I'm
had
clicking the buttons.
I don't think I've ever had a group with rolls this good for the very start of an adventure. Congrats, y'all.
I rolled a 19 for my luck check. I'm good.
This is very true. So yeah, you figure that like trying to give it a quick little whiff and figure out what's going on, perhaps from the feel and just the general makeup of the look and the stains, whatnot. It's some sort of antiseptic or other sort of concoction meant to try to heal ailments when applied directly towards a wound, a bruise, or a scratch, and other such abrasions. You figure that the bandages would be able to have a single use per day to heal up to 3 hit points.
Then I guess the last thing I'd do, the only thing of interest is the brass tools, murky valves, paper. Does the paper have anything written on it?
It does have scraps written on it. I can absolutely get to that for you in just a second. In addition, however, I didn't know where to bring this in for you. As you were looking and rifling through the drawers, you did uncover what appeared to be some sort of hidden compartment as well. One of the, like the base of the drawer felt a little unstable, and you're able to realize that it is able to be taken out. Would you want to do so?
Of course. Like that's just like, I don't know, Rogue 101. You find hidden compartment, you open hidden compartment.
True.
Fantastic. So you can go ahead and take it out. The underside reveals what appears to be some sort of surgical blueprint detailing modifications relating to what's known as Subject M-0. The modifications include mentions of mannequin and grafting, as the anatomical notes and drawings relate to cabling, wiring, and limb modifications to a typical mannequin's chassis. In addition, you also find another very hastily written, super like chicken scratch like handwriting for a journal entry.
Journal?
And we can
open?
Yep, so it's just like a little scrap of paper that appears to be torn out or ripped off another piece of parchment in some way. We can get to all of the notes in a moment, and I'll get that all ready for you.
Okay. Then I would then, if the paper is in relation to the journal, you can just add that together, because I'd be tempting to like try to do like a quick piece together if I can't find anything and see if
Sure.
they go together to make something else. And you can add that to the journal if it does anything, or you want me to roll for anything?
Nope, no need for a roll there. However,
Cool.
as
the last thing I have to
perhaps
get to is the chain tome.
as perhaps the last item that you try to interact with, seen as it's relatively small, there's no importance. It's already on a table of some sort. But as you begin to try and shift it over to the other items you had procured, the moment you lay your hands on the book, I'm going to need a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh my god.
Saving throw. Wisdom. I got a.
That luck needs to come through right now.
Ooh, the luck given to take it away.
I'm so
All
sorry.
coming back now.
We have
First
the
one.
yin, we have the yang. This is the perfect. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
New character time. Let's go.
Hey, I got 7 hit points to burn. And gauze.
Bold of you to assume hit points are what's required.
Ooh.
Hold your
Yeah,
sanity.
yeah, how about that?
Well, what happens?
He's losing it.
Give me one moment here.
Ooh.
2
As
question marks.
as you begin to reach for the tome, you can feel the book is just unnatural. It feels as if it is part of this world, simultaneously completely non-existence. It's as if you can feel your hands or your fingers reaching directly through the tome, through its pages, while still holding onto it as if you were holding it just by the cover. Your mind is invaded by the sound of the cosmos. Drowns out all noise, closing you off to the world. You are deafened. You have disadvantage on saving throws made to maintain concentration.
Just, is this only while I'm holding it, or if I like put my hand away, does it come back?
Do you want to let it go?
Can I see the book still in my hands?
It is still in your hands.
I'll do a quick look around. Is the door closed? I
The
just
door is
can't hear
wide
anything,
open.
right?
You cannot hear anything. The sound of the world, perhaps the little flicker in the hum of the light, completely drowned out. Any exchange of voices from the room beyond, gone. You are alone with your thoughts.
I would quickly spin around, close the door, have my back right to the side of it, stand on top of this this chair right here, and get ready to jump around, and then quickly like open up the book and see if I can see anything.
As you attempt to open the book, you see it is still fastened securely by the chains and the lock securing it.
Can I pop those open with anything?
How so?
Well, I assume I'd be able to pick up some tools around the room. Any tools in which I could try to either fiddle inside and pick lock it, and if I couldn't just kind of like try to see how strong lock is and pop it open.
So, at like first instinct, you can certainly try to force your way through the chains. They are secured excruciatingly tight. There is a bit of effort and almost like it appears as if they contort directly to the tome's surface. There is no slack. They are fully taut. It is unlike any sort of metal or other kind of construction that you'd be innately familiar with. As you do so, there's no way you feel your innate strength to try and force it open. You can certainly make an attempt to try and fiddle with the lock. It is going to be incredibly difficult. There may not even be a way it will be possible. There is
I didn't
absolutely
find a key in the room, right? Oh,
there is no key.
okay. Can I attempt to pick lock in? If I can't, can I see if I can put it in my chest, and if this like, how do you say it? This effect on me, this deafened effect will go away.
You can
I'll
certainly
try to pick lock in if I can.
Sure. I would say you have the idea, potentially, that if you are unsuccessful, it may make things a little bit worse for the lock. If you still want to do so, we can absolutely go ahead and try it. Just want to make sure you're aware of the risks.
Can I do it carefully and like try, even if I get disadvantage on it, can I try to do like carefully and try not to break the lock because I can't break the chains, I don't want to break the lock.
You can certainly
inside of it.
always try to be careful. However, life has a funny way of working out. It is a possibility.
then I guess I'll be if I don't feel confident in my skill in it. Like I've never recognized this lock, never seen it before. I don't even do I recognize if this is like a tumbler lock or like one of the ones where you could pick, like what type of lock is it?
It appears to be a typical padlock. There's a little body of it, has a little tiny loop that secures through both chains. Excuse me. However, the metal itself appears to, or I guess rather the body itself, the material, it does appear to be metal, but it does not appear to be iron, doesn't appear to be steel or any other type of metal or alloy that might typically be seen.
Okay. Then if I don't recognize what type of, if I see that it's that and I don't have the proper tools to do it, like you would say, if I had the proper tools to do this, like actually picklocking tools, would this be a lot easier?
It would certainly be more manageable. I'm not going to outright say easier, but more accessible at the very least.
Okay, then I'd shove it in my chest and see if that'll get rid of the effect.
Sure. You open your maw, you shove the book right on in. It leaves your grasp. You find yourself still deafened, cut off from the rest of the world.
I'll pull it out and then set it on the chair and let go of it.
Okay. It is left remaining on the chair. No difference.
Uh-oh.
Mr. DM,
What's up?
because before we were hearing clinks and clanks coming from the room and it stopped, do I notice that? Can I maybe go there and check?
If you'd like, you're on the outskirts of the group. It makes sense. Perhaps you're not looking as deeply into the room.
I'll let go of Ark's hands. No, I'll try to investigate over there.
Sure. You see this cursed blood hopping and hollering and hooting, perhaps just getting off of the chair, extending the maw, throwing the book inside before quickly taking it back out and putting it back down on the chair right beside the entryway.
Do I see the book?
You do see the book.
I'll try to walk in. I'll look at him. It's like, are you okay, sir?
B&B, you
as
see
soon
this
as
creature come in. You see a figure that was right beside you, and you can see their mouth moving. Hear absolutely nothing in response.
Well, yeah, I hopped across the side of the room onto the other side of the cable and kind of popped back up after I saw it was you. And then I look at the book that's kind of on the table right now. Look at it. Look at you. And I'll point at the book and point at my ears and basically go like an X.
Okay. I'll approach the book or whatever it is. I assume it's like here, right?
Yeah, it's on top of this operating table,
Oh, okay.
and I'll back up away from it.
I'm not gonna touch it just yet. I just want to take a look at it. What does it look like exactly?
It appears to be a normal-sized volume. The purple cover, it glistens, maybe shimmers a bit occasionally as the light reflects off of the top of it. It appears to be secured by some sort of chains and a padlock vertically and horizontally.
But it's closed. Can I try to like flip it over without touching it? You know, maybe get like a scalpel that's nearby and just like, you know, to give like a quick like shove around it, see if it's alive.
Any sort of nearby tools or implements would be gone from the room as you take a quick look over.
Yeah, I was about to say this thing would be clean.
Well, I mean, me player knowing it is bad, but Jean doesn't know. I'll try to pick up the tome.
Please give me a wisdom saving throw.
Bro.
No!
Amazing.
The book of bad luck.
All right, jotting that down in my notes. Book of bad luck. Okay. We got a new outer god now. All right, let's go see.
Session 0 done. Campaign ended.
I was about to say, like, I think if my character's permanently deaf, he might be screwed.
I mean, technically,
Oh,
I
I
got a
love
tree
this.
better than B&B, so technically my stuff might be a little better.
Only one ear doesn't work.
There we go. Only
Maybe
one
it's
ear doesn't
time to
work.
learn sign language. All the question marks.
2 question marks. That's never good.
Okay.
No.
All right. With that said, as soon as you begin to reach for the book, curiosity has you by the hold, hands outstretched. You begin to pick it up and feel for it. Very similarly, it is as if this book is between 2 different places, worlds, dimensions, whatever it might be. You can feel that you are securely holding the book. It is in your hands. However, your fingers are as if they are moving directly through the covers, through the pages, and you are holding into the book. Quickly, your mind goes blank. And we are going to take a bit of a pause there as we can get up, stretch if needed, and take it easy, take a quick little breather, and we'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Awesome.
All right.
Well, I hope my characters are permanently deaf, because that'll be annoying to roll.
How long the break, Dale? Sorry.
What's up?
How long the break? Sorry.
I mean, I'd say 5 minutes, but if we need a little bit longer, just let me know.
All right.
All right,
Thank
go to
you.
the bathroom real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, that was scary.
I
True.
hope you all are enjoying this so far.
Oh yeah.
When we get back in, I want to go through all of. Typically, I'll have a pause about halfway through. I want to try to keep it to about 3 hours today, so it'll be around the hour and a half point. We might go a little bit over, but we can check in, see how everyone's feeling, see what the characters are feeling, how we're enjoying things, and then I'll get y'all's opinions of the session at the very end, and see what we're excited for. And I like to kind of keep that kind of exchange moving to get an active sense of where we're all at.
Hell yeah.
All right, that said, enjoy the music, enjoy the vibes, let your mind be at ease. I'll be back soon.
We reached the save room, I guess. Music.
I should have the Resident Evil save music playing instead of this. All right, chat. Hello. I
Say-
appreciate you all being here.
Would-
I appreciate
like,
the everything
Jean
y'all doing today.
have the
Quirky
same
Turnamon,
background as
appreciate you
I did,
stopping
right?
in. What's up, Succubus, Kev, Ely? Hope everyone is doing well. I saw Toaster a little bit earlier.
Eldritch?
So yeah, we're going through some D&D stuff. I wanted to run this adventure for a couple of friends,
Yuki's
and
character.
Aki had a group that he
I thought
wanted
changed
to
it,
bring
like,
in.
last
So-
minute.
We're just taking it easy
Oh,
and
okay.
whatnot.
Didn't he?
That's possible. I vaguely remember something like that.
I think
For
she's
what
a
now?
cleric. Oh, no, she's a rogue now, right?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Aki wanted to go down the roguey path.
Did he keep the same background?
Yes, the background was very similar. Just wanted to change the class he was going with.
Because the feature on the background, would that come into play with the book?
Love it.
That does make sense.
Oh.
It with how it was explained, it seemed
All right, I'm back.
eldritch in nature. Welcome back.
Perhaps we were too caught up in emotion. When it comes to stuff like that, I definitely need y'all to be on it because I will not remember every single detail.
Right.
detail?
I wanted to mention it, but I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
I've been taking down some notes.
Yuki's background might have come into play with the book. But yeah.
You know, honestly, I don't
It's
think it
just
would have
too
changed
curious.
much.
Right, but maybe he wouldn't have touched it.
How are we feeling about the split party so far, by the way? I'm trying to give ample amount of time to both sections and like reasonably break up things in time. Is that feeling good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah, I
interested in
think
both,
it's
so yeah.
I don't want people to feel slighted for extended durations between folks. I want to try to be fair for the different things we want to do.
Find all the
Okay.
characters interesting, so yeah, it's chilling too.
I think we've got such
Gonna
an
ask.
interesting group between all of you.
True. Nothing like too similar either.
And the things that are similar are so different. Like we have two mannequins.
True.
We have the two of the same backgrounds, but completely different kinds of archetypes and motivations and whatnot.
Alright. We got the slightly insane mannequin and the reasonable mannequin. I would say you're the reasonable one, Flats.
Yeah, and you got the good Jaeger and then the insane Jaeger.
It's giving Gollum, not gonna lie.
Oh my god,
Well-
it is.
Well, the main point I had for this character is that he was one of the rare few of Cursed Blood that just didn't have that kind of found family type deal where he got taken in. So he's just mostly been surviving on his own.
Right. And I mean,
Raised by the
honestly,
streets.
he for the streets. Yeah, no, it's been really good up until now. Damn.
Well, thank you.
Like the music
Especially this
really
music.
adds on. Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. How perma is this Deafin?
That's the question, isn't it?
I thought you wanted to be permanent.
No.
Oh.
If by chance, and perhaps when, if ever, it expires, I will let you know. I want to keep the duration of things, especially for the unknown, looming, as there's no idea to figure out when, why, or how things might clear up if possible, or it might require some sort of ritual or service or some other act to look into to fix up. There are always dangers of the unknown, very unexpected.
I know how to read lips.
Just rest assured, I am not trying to be mean or spiteful, and nothing is going to be inherently awful. But it might make some things a little bit tougher.
I'm not learning sign language.
That's what I was saying. Is like that's what I'm trying to see. Can my character even read? I'm trying to think. Would my character be able to read lips?
Off the bat,
Don't
unless
know.
you
Just
learned how to do it, I would say no.
Yeah. Yeah. I think like
Like, that is
I
definitely
think
a
some,
skill
like,
to learn.
Basic sign language. Yeah, basic like hunter sign language, where basically you don't want to talk out loud and you want to use that. I guess I would know a little bit of, but
I think like
anything else.
basic gestures and hand signals and whatnot, sure, easy enough to like reasonably figure out what they mean. There might be a couple of things that might be ambiguous in the moment, and I think you should lean into trying to understand what the interpretation of those could mean. But yeah, anything like in depth or developed, or that has a structured meaning, would require active knowledge to pursue, if not already familiar.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this journal, is that in here?
Yes, let me go take a look and get those gathered for you. I do have a number of different journals I can share with you on the journal tab of Foundry.
created one of mine, or one for me. Can anybody see that?
It should be tied to your specific ownership until
Okay.
I don't know if players can do anything about that and share with others, but I can override the ownership settings.
I was just trying to see if everybody could see it. Because I made notes for everybody when they first got introduced.
All right, and typically when it comes to notes and information, I will typically give that to you individually and ask that you read if you don't mind other people knowing or want to actively share, or if you just want to have it, it is there for you to reference.
All right.
All right.
I really like the aspect of reading aloud for others to get the information across, and if need be, if you do want to have it shared, I can share with everyone as well. That's not a problem in the slightest. I also make sure that information is as confidential as we all want it to be.
Is this Mario
Shut up.
music?
It is.
I knew I recognized it from somewhere.
And this is Bublane.
Is that from Odyssey?
From Odyssey, yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is just like, it is that wonderful blend of like bossa nova, just chill vibes. It's like you're taking a ride in an
Yeah.
elevator.
Yeah.
The elevator was definitely the first thing that I thought of.
I have the big meme elevator track that a lot of folks use. I don't remember what it's called, but oh my god, it's so catchy and I love it. And that's on this roundup to play interspersed between.
Where's my pina colada, man? Damn it.
No, for real, I'm salsaing in my bed right now.
On the note of journals and notes, flats, did you want to go take a look at any of the information you had gotten as well, or just leaving it in hand for now?
I was thinking, because I took like the catalog parchment thing. I was thinking when we get out of there and when we had maybe like time for a short rest, I'd read it. Because right now I feel like the main task is like to get out of here. So
Okay,
not now.
fair enough. Not a problem. Just want to make sure.
Bit difficult to
you.
read in the dark.
There's little sources of light around, and you just found a nifty new lamp. Like, come on.
A lamp? I don't see no lamp.
It's a hand. It's a hand lamp.
Say, where are the other two?
We started with 5. Now there's 3. What happened?
Huh.
Good question.
Oh yeah. Just a question. How much stuff did I grab? Like, is that gonna be like a mass just dump into my inventory?
Yeah, there's going to be quite a bit of stuff. I'll say a lot of it seems mundane, and like, we don't need to list everything. As long as it sounds reasonable, and like we'd be like, yeah, you grab this from X and X place. Okay, sure, whatever. If there's anything specific, I would just need to have things have a bit more detail, like purpose put into it. But yeah, I'm down
I am
for
here.
pretty much anything.
Welcome back, man.
Okay, so I think we have that. I believe we have that.
Well, I'm in the mood for like a chili, margarita. Like those $5 margaritas right now. That's what this music
Yeah.
is giving me.
Exactly.
I'm so down for it. All right, let's go ahead and get that.
Wait, isn't this music from Super Mario Odyssey?
That's what I was saying.
I thought it is.
It's
Hey,
really
that
nice though.
might be Warren. That might be copyright. You never know.
Thankfully, a lot of the video game soundtrack stuff I have vetted through, and I don't get hit with any sort of copyright issues.
Slay.
Oh,
You
nice.
cannot believe how long I have spent working on music for D&D stuff. I have a number of spreadsheets with different albums, their uses, what playlist to put them in, what would accompany what, to invoke like certain moods. Like everything is by some sort of rough design. There's been so much effort that I put into that to try to get the tones right.
I've seen the list. It is impressive.
It's giving Virgo.
I don't know what that means.
Virgo.
Virgo, the sign Virgo.
I don't know my astrology. I just know I'm a Scorpio.
Virgo. What is
That's
that?
It's a sign.
It's one of the earth signs. It's like organization. I just know Virgo because I'm a Virgo moon. Not to like be like, well, Virgo moon and Virgos, but more so just like I just know Virgos because I just know about organization because I have a Virgo moon and Beyonce.
Astrology
Virgo
girly,
sign.
of course.
Well. I'm not like no. I'm not like them. No.
I'm sorry. I'm not like the other astrology girlies. Is that what I'm
Yeah,
hearing?
I'm not like the other astrology girlies.
All right. We all ready to jump right back on in?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and close this out.
We goofed. Now we're serious.
Let us begin. Sean, you reached for the book. You grabbed the book, you felt its presence. And you realized that it was corporeal, it was tangible, you're able to feel it. And at the same time, it felt like it wasn't there, as if it was spread between multiple places, perhaps multiple versions, iterations. And there's this presence that looms on your mind. And as perhaps was pointed out during our short intermission, as you begin to reach for the book, you begin to feel a pulsing from the brand along your hand, as if there's some sort of connection, greater connection in nature. The moment you reach the book, grab it, revelations from beyond the cosmos afflict you. Your mind is opened. Your body ignores all fatigue, all sense of pain, and only the singular Eldritch truth matters. You are immune to the stunned condition.
Oh, okay. I see
One
that.
gets blindness. The other one gets stun resistance.
Where's the downside?
There is no downside.
Bro doesn't feel pain.
Oh,
I'm built different.
Built
You
different.
both
Yep.
different, true.
Perhaps this presence washes over you in a flash. John, what do you do next?
Aki?
Same.
Sorry. Can you repeat that?
No worries. Just wondering what you're looking at doing next.
Well, I mean, can I actually physically pick it up?
Yeah, you are holding it. It is within your hands, or rather, your hands are within the
Alright.
volume.
I'll point the book at Eldritch. I still don't know her name, but Eldritch. I'll point the book at Eldritch. Like, I got it. Okay, let's go. I'll beckon him.
What? He's beckoning you to follow him.
Yeah, but my character would go, what?
Oh, okay.
Now, at what volume would you announce what?
I would say the typical volume I'd speak at is typically like a mid to low level, but I'd speak up just a little bit to try to pass it over to the room, since I know my own volumes is typically quiet.
Okay.
So it's like an abnormally quiet yell.
I ask because I know that when one cannot hear themselves, it can be very common to raise their voice unknowingly. So I see where you were at.
Yeah, so it'd be slightly higher than normal of his normal-ish quiet yell that he would do.
Sure.
So make it a normal yell.
Continuation.
Now we play the silence game.
Well, a little loud, but yes. I'll go next to him. I'll grab his hand, and come, let's go, old man.
Old man.
I guess
What?
he would yeah, I guess he would let you lead him, and then basically just be very carefully, like, you had to like pull just a tiny bit, and I'd be like slightly just out of your range, so if you tried to like pull me forward, I'd be able to slip out of your grasp really quickly.
Yeah, I'm gonna drag him towards our new old companions.
All right. Fantastic.
And I'd activate the torch once I get into the light.
I'll
Or once I
also
get into the dark.
pocket. I mean, I'm assuming I'm dressed like hospital gown or something, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't really have pockets. I guess I'll do the classic, as my mom would say, put on my woman's bra. So it's like woman's pocket.
Are you saying in between the boobs, my guy?
Yeah, in between the boobs. I mean, it's the only real safe place I have for me.
Just stuff it down the
real.
collar of the shirt.
Yeah. There you go. Something like that. Let's go with that.
All right. Well, as you begin to use the lamp, and outstretch your hand and offer a little bit of light into the immediate area.
Oh, thank God.
As B&B begins to arrive a little bit closer, you can see that there's a bit of light now looming through into the new doorway. Some of the remainder of the room can be seen. How are we wanting to proceed?
I would reach out the torch and basically go like angle it and say, "Somebody take this."
Oh, I'll take it. Any day.
I just have it outreach still.
Okay, I'm gonna take the torch. Very, very grateful that we have some lights over here.
Yeah, once you
Fantastic.
take the torch, I would inform you. The vial will last for an hour. I have 4 more vials. You have to keep your hand completely on it in order to keep on using it, so you have to have a consistent amount of pressure onto it. I cannot hear you right now. Wherever the book went, I think it's on her still. Made me deaf.
Book? Can't hear?
Book. What book?
Cannot hear you.
What? Why not?
What? What?
Apparently,
begins.
apparently, an old man over. Yeah. Okay. Got it. I just take off the book real quick. It's like, oh, I found this book. Apparently, he cannot hear because of this book, but it's book. And it's nothing weird about it.
Well, since we only have a few hours in our hands with lights, we might want to start moving a bit faster. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not very a fan of the idea of being here for another day.
Yeah, I can agree. I would love.
I can agree with that notion too.
I'd love to be able to wear my own clothes. That's for sure.
Help. What's in this room?
All right, so we're making our way into. Are we all like at this point? Are we all kind of culminating together? Then I assume.
I'm gonna stand at the doorway.
Okay. Let me go do a thing just to make looking around it a little bit easier. We're not really going to have separate tokens. I'll have one you all will have vision for, just to save on time and whatnot. But if there's anything specific each of you want to do, let me know.
Investigate.
Look around.
Steal.
I still have my hand on the fabric, but now that there's light, I'm kind of like looking around. Is that a chest?
So what is on the map might not be exactly what is actually there.
Good to know.
Give me a second, and I will be right there. Up. There we go. And I think
Hey, it's us.
that should. Nope. And pop. There we go. Are you all able to see the token as it moves along?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, wonderful. I figure this way we can try to save on the amount of space and whatnot if we're all a grouped up a team at the moment. Arch, you can absolutely remain at the door, not a problem. But you can also see what's going on inside.
Yeah.
All right. So, Lilith, you were at the fabric. Were you wanting to take a look at the fabric still, or take a wider look around the general room?
I would like to pull the fabric because I'm still thinking that there's a person we're supposed to save in here.
Gotcha. Okay, sounds good. Then for B&B, as you step into the room, you can see it's narrow, dimly lit now thanks to the Petron lamp that Murin is holding alit. The air is relatively thick. There's a very pungent odor that does remain and linger. You can see the full stains now, leading from the entryway up to the center locker. Appear to be dark crimson red stains, faded into the rotted floorboards, as if they've been here for a fair bit of time. See, there is an iron lantern that hangs near the doorway, currently off. There is no source of light. Inside, there is a distant, slight sound of mechanical whirring every couple seconds, as if there is something else, perhaps found deeper within the structure of the facility, within the walls and whatnot, echoing through. You can see the shelf off to your right full of bottles, almost all empty. None are really usable. They're all caked in dust or other sorts of grime. Some are completely broken. You can see the cart that Lilith is currently at, about to pull the fabric off of. Along the west wall, you can see that there are a couple of shelves holding different books and volumes among its contents. 2 wheelchairs are slid a little haphazardly along the wall as well. Is there any particular place you're wanting to head off to in this confined area?
I guess the first thing I'd do is start collecting some of these bottles up here, the ones that seem like they could be filled. Like bottles, like if there is any filled bottles, I'd quickly like try to open them up, smell, give a quick check, see if I can use it at all. If it's alcohol, maybe like store it inside the maw. Grab any glass bottles that seem like they're large enough to carry liquid, but also easily smashable.
Okay, yeah, we can say you get an easy like 20 or so bottles and vials off of this. There are a number that are completely shattered, the glass remaining on the shelf, but some are still usable, albeit in a not great condition, full of the grime or just reeking of some sort of stench or odor.
And then I guess I would just start exploring the rest of the room and leave the locker for last.
All right.
So we're leaving the locker for last.
I am. I'm leaving for last for my search. So if you want to open it up before I get to it, you can.
Okay.
I would say that B&B really doesn't communicate very well with it. He just kind of starts going through the stuff and so you see him start to like quickly crawl up onto the shelf, start to piece the bottles as he walks on top of it, grab whatever bottles he needs, jump to the other part and start searching as well for the books and all that.
True golem behavior.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I would say it's abnormally silent whenever I do it, and sometimes if like whenever the light like kind of if I go past somebody, I'll kind of like disappear into the shadows for a second and then just like end up on another shelf.
That's very productive.
Oh yeah.
Fantastic. Well, while you're off working on that, Jean, Mirren, what the two of you wanted to do?
I guess I'll look at the locker to see where the blood is coming from. Trying to look at the source.
Wanting to take a look at specifically the central locker or the others on the side in general, or which particular?
Specifically the central, focusing on the bloodstains.
Okay, following the trail up. Fantastic. Jean, how about you?
I'm just eyeing everyone, trying to get a sense of them, if they can be trusted or not. Just seeing how they move, seeing how they act, seeing what they do. And also from time to time, I want to every now and then just look if the book's still there. You know, when you're walking down the street, and you're like, oh, she's my wallet in my pocket, and you kept tapping. I'm all the time tapping, make sure it's still there. No one touched it, no one took it from me, you know?
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, you can absolutely keep watch. Keep your hand on the book list. Try to feel for the book to make sure you maintain its presence. Lilith, as you are crouching down and you're able to tear off the fabric like a band-aid that's been on for too long, you're presented to a pile of clothes, essentially assorted medical garb, whether it's coats or pants, all stained. Some are what could potentially be grease, other sorts of grime, perhaps something from past operations, perhaps different stains of red or other colors. No sort of anything else tucked away underneath the immediate area, though.
I look at the elf, not Jean, but the other elf that just that needed help walking, and be like, that's not a person.
I look at the pile and say, whoa, I really thought it was. I'm sorry.
All right, well, with that, we can move on to Mirren. Mirren, as you approach the lockers, you follow the trail of red. You can see that the lockers themselves, roughly 7 feet tall or so. They're cold to the touch, the dull shine reflecting back in the light you're holding up. You can see that the lockers all seem to be decaying in this place, as if brought for some sort of purpose that has been abandoned. See assorted bottles, bits of broken glass, or discarded clutter atop the lockers. Growing towards the center, get this lingering stench that grows stronger and stronger where the trail ends. There's a bit of red, akin to perhaps a fingerprint or a couple fingerprints near the entryway where it aligns with the rest of the body outside the door. The locker itself, metal, feels cold, industrial. There are slits towards the top that you can see and really perhaps try to peer in. The angle might not be conducive to look in exactly. They appear to be slitted upwards or angled upwards. All three contain a radial dial of some kind. Appear to have a little latch right beneath the dial. Left and right appear to be slightly ajar. The middle itself has been left closed.
Sorry, what does radial dial mean?
Like a circular dial.
Oh, okay, got it. Can I try to open the locker?
Sure, you can absolutely try to move right on up. You can try to grasp the little latch. And as you try to flick it up, there's resistance. And not unlock it.
I'll try a bit harder.
With perhaps a bit of a grunt. You try, you yank, there's a bit of noise as the door kind of slams against its own chassis. Door seems pretty closed. It is actively locked.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna check what type of lock it is.
So taking a look at it, seems that it would be associated with the dial. Appears to be a range of numbers from 0 all the way up to about 60 across the face of the dial.
0 to 60?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Do I know how much number I'm supposed to dial in, or is that unknown?
I would say relatively unknown, as in like how many numbers would be needed to input for the lock.
Yeah.
I would say you have a best guess of 3 distinct numbers, but there could be the potential for different manufacturers to have different standards for how they make these different containers.
Well, that's a bit of a hazard. I'm just gonna randomly try some random combination.
Okay.
I don't have much hope that it'll open, but that's what I'm gonna do in the meantime.
What combination are you going to go try?
So we're talking about 3 numbers, right?
Best guess?
Okay, that's my best guess. So I'll just start with 0, 1, 2, and then I'll change the third number. And then when I finish changing out the third number, I change the second number for 0, 2, 1, and then I repeat.
How much time do you want to spend doing this?
Until someone stops me. So.
All right. So as you begin to take a look at the dial, you can try to roll through the different numbers. I'd say this is like a pretty approachable kind of system, recognizing to be like one number to hit, rolling back, flicking the dial around, going clockwise, counterclockwise, counterclockwise, clockwise to hit the right patterns at the very least. You can absolutely try go 0. Flip, 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 flip. 1. Flip, 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 flip. 2. Try the latch. Remains closed. 0. 1. And just keep trying to go through the different combinations. Everyone else, you hear the constant latch going off every couple of seconds after the dial has been spinning in the meantime.
Not everybody.
Oh,
True.
you're right. You're right.
This curse does have some upsides.
Perhaps we could find the code around here somewhere? What about the book that you found, Jan?
Well, the book is locked as well. We can simply open. Mr. D, would I quote unquote lockpick this safe? Like, I mean, I like, you know, kind of like in movies, hearing the clocks turn the dial.
I apologize. That was very broken up for me. I assume we want to know the feasibility of being able to pick the lock open, though.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you got it. I mentioned that the book has a lock in it, so there's nothing I can like check in there. But maybe since I have some Eldritch knowledge now, maybe I know the code. No, but if I could like lockpick like myself trying to hear with my big ears.
You figure that it is potentially possible. You are unsure if, assuming that the lock abides by normal construction of a typical lock you might see, there should be no issue. It might be a bit more difficult due to how small and minuscule the lock is and require very fine movements. How would you, or what would you use to pick the lock open?
Wait, are we talking about the book or the
I mean,
locker?
I mean, both is good.
Oh yeah, question. Who's doing the locker?
Mira.
Me.
Uh,
Trying error. Trial by error.
So, are we allowed to remind people of things they found?
Mm-hmm. I was thinking that too, but I didn't want
Yeah.
to say
So
it
you had
outright.
a note that you had a note that said
I would
013614.
No,
Recommend-
I know I had a note, but
Okay.
like,
Okay.
it's just that the best guess was 3 numbers, so
I would
figured-
recommend not,
Yeah.
unless actively requested.
Okay.
In
but
terms,
I do have the numbers noted down. Like it's somewhere.
in terms of picking the lock, yeah, what were the thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any tools on me, but like maybe if I can find something in this room that looks like that can fit the hole, and I can like, you know, try to pry it open.
You can certainly try to give the room a once over. Spend a fair bit of time doing such, not a problem. I'll say,
Should I roll for
given
it,
the
or?
given the next 10, 15 minutes or so, not able to uncover anything, any sort of like small implements or tools or anything like that in the room here that would best assist. If you want to look over the room, apart from just like trying to focus on the instruments and just like a general look around, yeah, go ahead, give me an investigation.
These are 17.
All right. Okay. As you begin taking a look around, the only thing of note that really sticks out to you would be the pile of books found on the shelves above the wheelchairs. You can see that a couple of the books are cracked open, pages filled with illustrations of clockwork designs, some depicting these terrifying humanoid figures with mechanical limbs and glowing eyes. Text seems to describe them as voluntary extensions of the human body at a quick glance.
Okay, so nothing really important. I mean, I'll pick up the book found about this certain like creatures. I'll put it like with the other. So this tastes like a kind of like sandwich. The other book, you know, like the small book that I have that's locked. Sandwich is like the burger, and I know it sounds weird, but it's a big book. It's like anyway. I
No,
do.
go on.
I'm just
You can take the
sure
book.
that the precious book is hidden. Yeah, the precious book is hidden. I'm taking the book with me.
Sure. Yeah, you can pick it up. No worries.
And I'll go assist Mary. Chest trouble.
Sure. I mean, you can absolutely approach Marin, just fiddling away with the dial, trying to flick the latch until something happens.
Yeah, I'll keep track of the numbers. Like, all right, you try this combination already, and do the next one. Okay, this one you did already. Let's do the next one.
I'm gonna ask about if anyone else has seen this sort of lock. Like, how many numbers do you usually need? Is something I will ask other people.
I would say
Try
among
my
the
birthday 0101.
0101. I would say that, like, among the group, like, this is a traditional kind of locking system. 3 numbers would be the general idea, unless there were specific exceptions made.
I do have another question. Like, if you try more than 3 numbers, does it like reset or does it count as one try?
There is no auditory or physical way to determine that.
So the only thing that's separating a try from another is like a pause.
Is making the attempt. Typically, with the way that this works, like, there's no response on a failed combination apart from just the tension remaining on the latch. There is no click. There's no auditory sound that plays to signify a correct number. It's just, if you have the code, it'll work. If not, it don't open.
Well, it's been a long time since I've seen some numbers, but I did see numbers when I first got out of the operating room. So in a desperate attempt, I'll try that one.
Sure. What are you trying to put in?
It's 013614.
All right. How are you trying to input that?
One after the other.
Sure. My question is, like, so as 6 numbers total, how do you intend to, like, try to break that out?
Wait, what? Wait, sorry?
There are 6 numbers total. 013614. My question is, how do you want to try to break that out? Like, what combination of those numbers are you wanting to use? Like, do you want to pair numbers up 2 by 2? Do you want to go back and forth, like choose any sort of pairs on the on what you remember, or just like what is the explicit like number you're trying to make?
I'll just go from 1 to 6. The 6 numbers. I'll do them one by one. All 6.
Okay, so as in, like, we go 0, turned out, 1, Turned out. 3 turned out, moving forward down all 6.
Yes, exactly. That's
Gotcha.
what I'll be trying.
All right, fantastic. As you take a moment to try and slowly, carefully input all the different numbers, you come to the 4th, last circle around the dial, try to flip the latch. There's tension. Does not open.
It was worth a try. Maybe I should start doing combination with these 6 numbers. That's what do you? I'll keep trying for a bit until it's time to get out of here.
Sure. What's the next idea you got?
Okay. Well, I'll keep my options within these 6 numbers. Well, technically there's only 5 because the 1 is repeating. But say there's 5 numbers and I just keep making combination of 3. No, that wouldn't work. I'll think for a bit and I'll come back to this. Sorry.
No, not a problem.
Can I ask a question? What lock am I imagining? Is it like a safe kind of dial, or is it like a padlock with the 3 numbers?
It is not a padlock. It is similar to like what you would see on a safe or like a school locker, essentially.
Right.
In like the radial kind of pattern.
Right. Okay.
You hear the flittering of the latch every few seconds. Continue on. What do we all want them to do?
Maybe, how big is it?
The locker?
Yeah, no, the chest, the locker, yeah.
Yeah, the locker, it extends from like floor to almost the ceiling. It's about 7 feet tall.
Oh, never mind. I was
Oh,
going
wow.
to say, let's carry it with us.
Arch, Arch, as you are by the doorway,
Yeah.
are you peering inside the room? Are you standing watch back to the room, eyes looking out towards the ward, or looking back and forth every now and then?
Well, at first I was just peering in, but with the light just in the room and the rest is just dark, I get a little bit uneasy and I start like looking back if I see anything moving or if I hear anything.
Wonderful. Go ahead and give me a perception check, please. It is going to be at disadvantage.
Perception check. How do I put in disadvantage?
Shift click, I believe.
Shift click.
If not shift click, it might be alt click. Just roll me a second, that's fine. Doesn't need to be all in one.
Is that it?
Yep, that's it. Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Well, it'll technically be KL for keep lowest, but same difference.
Oh.
All right, noted. As you're trying to keep eye on the group and general check of what's going on inside, your eyes do drift off into the darkness beyond. You're not left in complete darkness. It is not a swirling void of the unknown. It's rough to see, but you can gather a bit of an idea of what is truly outside. Here still, no issues.
All right.
There is perhaps a bit of unease. Rub your eyes a little bit. As you take a look off towards the southeast, you can see a couple of smears lean off to a set of double doors to the south wall of the ward room. And just to the left, there appears to be a hunched figure, standing upright, hunched down around the waist. Whatever reason, you're kind of fascinated. You're not sure if you saw a little twitch of the fingers, if it shuffled, if its legs moved, might have just been the dark playing tricks on you.
I'll look at it and have a bit of a rising panic inside me. Not like majorly, but you know.
It's fine.
Hey guys, how long is this gonna take? I don't really want to stay here while still looking at the thing in the darkness.
We can end this now. Like, to be honest, I'm not really sure how to get past this lock, so maybe we can go somewhere else and come back later. It is taking a lot of time.
I mean, yeah, we can go. It's let's explore more. I really don't like this place either.
Okay. That's fair. What if we go to the other side of the room? I felt like there was another door when the light had opened up earlier.
Sounds good. From the door to the west you had seen earlier, or further on in the wardroom?
The door on the south, because the light was open like around here, right, around the center. So I assumed that we could see the.
Question: did I find anything else in the room besides those bottles?
Did not. Nothing of note.
So those books don't exist over there?
I mean, they exist. They appear to be like medical tomes or other older, like educational works. Nothing that really of real value that you could intuit. Was there anything specific you're looking for?
Other than that, I guess I would take some of the cleaner clothes that they revealed, or anything that was clean or looks semi-sterile, and then kind of put them in there. That way, I can grab the bed sheets on the way out. Never mind, I'll grab those on the way out.
Sure.
I was
Jump.
about to say that.
And probably a pillow or two.
All right. If the pillows are in good condition.
Yeah.
All right.
Can we take some clothes too? Like, look at that.
All those clothes are
Are
not
we
sterile.
naked?
So the two mannequins are bare. It is just the chassis. The three humanoid figures, they do have patient gowns on.
It's the one with the open back, right?
Yeah, it'd be like tied,
Yeah,
like slitted up
it's
halfway through the back.
Okay.
Yeah, like very loose fitting. You can see that the B&B has shifted their attire and made some custom alterations, so to speak.
Very stylish.
I
I'm
think more
thinking
so for
some clothes,
utility
too.
than fashion.
And also, he doesn't answer.
I'm sorry. Joe, did you say something? Were you looking for something?
I just said I was also taking clothes too.
Sure, you can absolutely find like a medical coat and trousers and whatnot. Not a problem. There might be a couple of stains on them, but you can easily enough secure something that's not terrible.
Mm.
Good enough for me.
All right, you
Well,
now
I
have
guess
a
for
pseudo
mannequins, it's not too
pretending
bad.
doctor.
True. So, doctor, where are we?
I would like my report stat. All right, so we're wanting to head off to the east side of the room, explore a bit more then.
Yeah.
East or south?
I mean, it's going to be heading off
Maybe.
east. So,
I do like South because it does have a double.
Oh, okay. Here's the door. Thought this was it.
yep, so that'd be a lantern affixed to the wall. You can see that there are a number of lanterns apart from the one immediately adorning the west wall.
Yeah.
They all
I
appear to be
see.
inactive at the moment, dotted throughout. There is a double door, appears to be like a sliding door of some kind. There are no handles as you approach. There is what appears to be like a panel that is fixated along the wall just to the right of the door appears to be a mixture of metal and a wooden frame. There is a panel that is currently covering the top of this device, not immediately able to be accessed. Off along the eastern wall, there now in the full light, you can see what appears to be a mannequin, roughly 6 feet tall, hunched over at its waist, completely motionless and inert. There are a number of cables and wires that extend directly into some sort of, I figure it can be like a perhaps docking station of some kind attached directly into the wall behind it.
My gaze is still affixed to it, considering I saw something move, but I'm not entirely sure, so I'm a little bit on edge.
I'll
Is
quickly
it
I'll swivel
alive?
under one of the beds and hide.
Want to hide
Is it a
Yeah.
actively?
Yeah, I'll actually hide.
All right, go ahead, give me a stealth.
Does it come at advantage because of my trait?
Which is?
Because of the Shadow Veil skin? You can attempt to hide even if you're only lightly obscured by shadow, smog, acid rain, or the urban industrial environment. In addition, you can move through space with any creature one size larger than you. Is that an advantage or? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Let me refamiliarize myself. No mention
Or
of
is that
advantage,
just
no.
can't?
It just lets you do the
Okay.
thing.
Okay.
Okie doke. You quickly depart from the rest of the group, going for any little crevice, nook you can find, and quickly scurry off. Is there a particular bed or area you would want to find yourself at?
I would say the bed. Oh,
Oh.
Wow.
first. Yeah, I would say I'd be under this bed right here, and just kind of like close to the door to where I could run, but also close enough to where if I needed to, I could easily get into a fight.
Okay. Sounds good. Not a problem. While B&B begins to...
I was just gonna ask, can everybody else see my token?
Yeah, like
Okay.
you're
Yeah.
a bit see-through.
Yeah, I saw it see-through, and I didn't know if that was a hidden effect or something.
All right, well, as you begin to break off, presumably not saying a word, dipping off right beneath the bed. What else are we
Yeah.
looking at doing?
I would like to approach this mannequin and try to see, like, how the connections of the connection of him and the walls. Trying to analyze in what state is he in?
What do you mean by state? As in active or deactive, or the condition of the body, or what exactly?
As in, will he be able to function if, like, all the cords are plugged, I guess?
Gotcha.
So maybe the body states.
Yep, go ahead, give me... Think about what I want for this. Give me either investigation or arcana, whichever's higher for you.
Leo as well while that happening.
They're all the
The
same.
mannequin that I see, is it like the one from the book I read?
Is like what?
The book I found, is it the same kind of mannequin?
You would gather that the book would either take the idea of the construction of mannequins to be attempted on other beings or other creatures, or further augment existing constructs. So yes, to an extent, they would be all like sourced from the same general idea.
I'll be cautious as Amir does.
Sure.
And be ready to help at any point.
All right. And Mirren, you were wanting to go take a look as well?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you also have proficiency with Tinker's tools?
Proficient. Let's see here. Proficiency.
Your
Yes.
Scion, you should.
All right.
Yes.
Fantastic. So you have a general idea of looking over the body, and you figure that it is currently inert and deactivated. You figure that this might be some sort of powering station or charging station or something attached to the walls. There are a number of different buttons or levers and gauges tying the cables and wiring from the mannequin to the wall. Nothing seems to be activated. If anything if there's like any sort of gauge or meter, they all currently read 0.
It vaguely saddens me to see my own kind like this, but I couldn't possibly do anything else, so I just step aside.
Okie doke.
Well, it doesn't seem like a threat. What if we just leave it here and move on? What do you say?
I would like to get out of here.
Well, can we like turn around it so it's at least facing the wall and not looking at us? Just to be safe, you know.
Does that make you feel better?
I mean, and I don't mean to sound manicist, but he definitely does not look exactly like you two. You are easy to look at, while this one is a little hard to look at.
I will say,
Yeah.
with its body hunched over, it does appear to have like a slimmer build. Any images here, not a one-to-one reference, I will fully say. It looks refined in its craft and its makeup, but you're not able to get a good look at like the full like front construction as it is currently hunched over, unless you want to go give it a little looky and take a closer gander.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Can I?
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to get up close and personal.
Let's go.
Give it a little kiss.
I'll give I'll lean down to take a closer look. I'll put my left hand in my chest so I can hold the book tighter. So I don't want to lose this book at all. And I'll try to give like a little, not investigation.
Sure. So you can give you can like take a look at the body and whatnot, and get a little bit closer and just try to give it a look over. You see that it is currently standing over, or beside rather, a wheelchair that's been kind of like disoriented a little bit. It's slightly askewed, propped up against the wall. There's a bit of a stain emanating from the wheelchair, part of the fabric covered, and down below. But the mannequin itself, like as you try to maneuver around and take a look at it, it appears to be a mix of porcelain and steel or some other lighter alloy. It has a very non-expressive face. The eyes, the mouth, everything looks hollow. There is completely lack of any sort of emotion, maybe a bit jarring or unsettling, perhaps. But it does not appear to be crude or anything in its construction.
Does it have any like parts that can be detached, perhaps. Like, what I mean specifically, like, do I see like a piece of like cloth or maybe like a piece of metal or something like this that I can just like pull it out?
There doesn't seem to be anything that's immediately accessible to open or tear apart. The body itself, there might be a little bit of disrepair. It might be scuffed or have like a couple of scratches on it, but not to the point where it seems overly damaged or easy to tear apart and rip open. You figure if there's anything like to take off or remove, the back connections would be the most likely place, but nothing else that screams out to you.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna turn him around so he faces the wall, so we can go to do our business without someone watching us.
If you want to go ahead and try to scoot it around, it is a relatively heavy being. I'm going to say object for the purpose of this.
Wow.
It's a nerd. It has no sentience. It's I'm not. It's don't. I'm not. So, if you want to try to maneuver it, go ahead and give me an athletics check.
That's a 9.
With a 9,
Yeah.
you're able to get to scoot over a couple inches, but with the way that it's positioned and like trying to use perhaps the body itself as it's hunched over as like a brace and just try to scoot it over, it is heavy. It is hard to finagle and maneuver. You're able to get looking like to the right a little bit, but not turned all the way around.
I mean, that'll be fine. Okay, so the thing is, I'm not just like turning it so I don't want it to look at, but now I know the position I left him in. So if I come back and he's not in this position, I know there's some fuckery happening here, you know?
Aki, go give yourself a point of inspiration. I like that thinking.
Hey! Very, very nice. Thank you. So, I'll like, what do you call the show? Death Note. I make sure it's perfectly like this, so if something goes different, I know something went happened to it.
The scene with Light in his room with the lead and
with the pencil and
okay.
whatnot.
I got you.
Still do that.
I got you.
I actually do that nowadays. It's just to say.
I'm just waiting for the potato chip moment.
Yeah. I look at everyone's like, I think he's dead or not alive anymore, unalive. Maybe we should investigate somewhere else. Perhaps those doors in the south.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. You all can take your leave from the mannequin. Looking over the doors themselves, they appear to be closed. They're made of wood with like a metal frame, like a thin little metal frame. There are some like frosted glass panes that adorn the center of both doors, and you can try to take a little look out. They are rather frosted, and you're not able to see much of what's on the other side, similar to leading from the operating room to the ward. There are no handles. It appears as if they would be retracting into the walls themselves to the left and right from the entryway.
Can I put my ear to the door? Can I hear anything?
Absolutely can. Go ahead and give me a perception. All right. There's a bit of silence as you press your ear directly to the wood of the door, trying to listen, trying to hear any sort of movement, shift, echo, anything. How long do you intend to try to listen for?
Like 5-10 seconds.
Okay. A couple seconds goes by. Eerie stillness. Don't hear anything. A couple more seconds goes by. Nothing. Suddenly, just barely, in terms of your range of perception, ability to even just hear anything through the door, muffled, garbled, hear what could perhaps be a slight pounding or a thumping. Once, twice, stops. A couple seconds go by, no more sound. Not quite sure if perhaps it was the creaking of the stone, or perhaps something further beyond.
And it sounded like it was further away from the door and not near close to the door at all.
It did not sound immediately or nearby.
I turn to the gang and go, well, there was some activity, but other than that, I don't hear anything.
Oh, perhaps somebody's there that could tell us where we are?
That is, if they're not hostile.
Hostile? Why would
mean-
they be hostile? Aren't we in...
You aren't here on your own will, right? You didn't end up here because you wanted to be here, right?
I have no idea.
Oh, I thought, true. You don't remember.
I don't. Is it... Would they be hostile in a clinic?
Typically, if you didn't walk to the clinic yourself, then I don't consider this clinic to be a very welcoming place.
Something came to my head out of curiosity, since I am in this place and I am not in my usual clothes. I want to go through my body, see if there's like any scars, any markings. I mean, obviously there is one marking specific that I'm trying to hide this entire time, but I want to see if there's any like scars or anything like that that's other than normal.
Absolutely attempt to do so. From what you can tell, there might be like some bruising on like a shoulder. Perhaps a little bit of gauze had been applied and secured in place. But there's no sorts of scarring, no other sorts of incisions or anything along your body. It is at this point now, B&B, cowering underneath the bed. All at once, sound. You can hear everyone's voices mixing together, perhaps a little jarring or overwhelming at first. But you do indeed have your sense of hearing back.
Yeah, no, so that guy over there under the bed, so weird, right? Why is he yellow?
Well, I'll defer to your wisdom then and proceed with caution. What shall we do then, though?
Can I try opening the door, but like really slowly, so that I can peek inside?
Sure. Do you want to do you want to attempt to utilize the little mechanical pad or like devices on the side, or just try to like see if the doors will slightly open just a little bit and like try to stretch them out a little bit?
Try to like stretch it out a little bit, see if there's like any like give.
There is
It's such a
certainly
rundown place.
there is certainly a ton of resistance in the way as you attempt to try to find some place to put your hands and have a grip to push them back or roll them back. They're stuck in place. Go ahead and give me an athletics check. See if there's any hope of getting a little bit of leeway. With a 4, they are locked heckin' in place.
Well, I tried.
Wait, so the doors are locked or you couldn't open them?
They appear to be
I couldn't
locked
open them.
in place. From a best guess.
We could try maybe to like put a little bit of strength together. You know, a couple of teamwork.
Okay, we could do that. Because we don't see any apparent lock, right? So we can only deduct from the fact that it's not opening that it's locked, quote unquote.
Would be a safe guess. The door itself, no handles, no locks on the door. Only thing nearby would be like a little bit of a panel protruding from the wall to the side of the right door.
Is there any hinges?
No hinges.
It's a sliding door, I think.
Oh. Well, it has
Can I
glass,
check the panel?
right?
What was that?
I was gonna let you go first.
Oh, me? I was just saying if I can inspect the panel, but you should ask your question first. You can ask your
Oh.
question first.
Is it glass?
The door itself appears to be mostly wooden, appears to be like a heavily reinforced wooden door. There is glass present, appears to be foggy, very similar to that of the door leading to the operating room. Best guess, it might be some sort of reinforced glass or something a bit sturdier than like a typical window pane.
Oh. Do we care about making noise? I asked this to the group. As I basically
that would
appear out
be-
from the door, it's like I can hear again.
Maybe as a last resort, we can punch the glass, but why don't we try to push it open a bit more before that? What do you say?
Well, I thought this was a sliding door.
Yeah, well,
Oh.
push.
Pull it
On the
apart
side.
together. Is what they want to do.
Oh. So do we have one person on either side? And then just pull if it's a sliding door sideways? Wait, is this a push or a sliding door? I assume it's a push door since we have a blood trail going to the side.
Oh,
It
I
does.
thought
Sorry,
that
a
was
pull
just-
door. Can we pull?
There's no handles.
There are no handles on the door.
Mm, we can try both sides, just pushing on the side or pushing on the, well, the back, I guess.
Can you put your fingers in between the doors? To get some leverage?
Can we?
Would be possible. Lilith had attempted to do so, finding it difficult to find purchase and unable to try to extend the doors out in any way on their initial attempt.
How sturdy is Miriam's knife?
About as sturdy as a medical tool would be.
Oh, I thought it was like a knife. It's just a medical tool. Okay.
Scalpel, I think, right?
It wouldn't hurt to try, so that being said, I walk up and I try to push it again in the same manner as that Lilith did it earlier, but maybe, I don't know, I observed her to whatever she was doing. Was it completely wrong or it had some, some
Well, I couldn't really grab anything, so I was kind of just like pushing my pads with my fingers, trying to pull it apart,
Yeah,
and
like
nothing gave.
I would say that the idea has merit, but with how close together the doors are, it is incredibly difficult to find any sort of purchase or any way to directly grab hold. So not to say that it's not like the right idea or a good idea, but if possible, extremely difficult.
Okay. I'll try
Oh,
to
is
use
that
May
a-
I
my...
inspect the panel?
What about the panel?
Sorry?
Can I inspect it?
Yeah, I can take a look at it. Appears to be like a small little panel protruding out from the wall, about halfway up through the door or so. Appears to be a frame mixed of a wooden body with metal ornaments. There is a metal lid that, like a surface that covers whatever the top of the panel is, appears to be attached quite firmly through some sort of locking mechanism on the right-hand side, along like the width of the panel. On the left-hand side, there is some sort of insert for a connection of some kind. Does not appear to belong to any sort of typical tool, does not appear to belong to any sort of other, perhaps even medical equipment or a key. Not entirely sure what might fit inside.
So just so I'm getting this description correct, there's a lock on the right side of the panel that's locking the lid from it to being open, but there's an indent where like something can like, kind of like a, not like because Lilith doesn't know anything about these things or anybody in that world, but like a USB. Is it like a USB insert, something like that?
A similar kind of idea, some sort of indentation where something can certainly fit inside. The connections inside seem more than proprietary and deviate from any traditional tool or key or implement one might typically find. But yeah, the locking mechanism it's not like a lock, like a padlock or something. It is something that's built directly into the panel, securing the lid in place.
Interesting.
How is
You
it
wanna go try?
securing it?
Oh.
As you take a look, it appears that it might be like a latch of some kind that can release loose tension on the panel, allowing it to perhaps slide out.
I turn around to the group and I shrug my shoulders.
Is there anything on that robot that seems like they would be able to open it? Or
I go take a look at it. Go give me investigation. I'll say you got advantage for this particular instance with Tinker Tools.
whoops. Investigation. I'll just roll another one. I did not.
Yeah.
All right, so that's a total of
Okay.
11.
With an 11, from what you can see,
How do you do the odds?
you could be familiar with...
Oh, that's how you do that. I don't pay
the-
attention to that. I was just doing that.
No worries. You're familiar, like, there might be some sort of other ability or function that the mannequin might be able to provide if it was operable or powered. There might be something that was specifically implemented, but it could differ place to place. You're not sure if this particular model might have anything that would directly correlate with the panel itself.
Do we want to try the other door or just break this one down?
Yeah, did we see if this door...
I
Was it open?
remember Lilith saying something about the smell being really bad in there, like the smell of corpse or something.
Yeah, that room stinks.
But if we
can
can't
try to break
open
down this door.
By force, you say?
Yes. Just break open the window, and then if we look at the other side, we'll at least get a view of the other side.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Honestly, I think the sound is something we can worry about later. So how do you
Yeah, the
plan on?
fugly
Yeah.
rabbit is. Yeah, I agree with the fugly rabbit.
Even if you, hey, I gotta admit that probably gets him a little bristled. You're like, all right, so it's simple. Is that he'll look at the tools around him, like the actual like probably metal stool or something like that, and then look at their hands, and then basically like, well, what you could do is you could punch out the window using your arm right there, and then you could see on the other side. And if anything does come, it'll be blocked by the door. So either it'll open the door for us, or it'll be blocked by the door, and we'll have advantage on it.
Just to be clear, while the glass is present, it is maybe like, trying to think here, maybe 6 inches wide. Like, it's not a terribly wide bit of glass.
Yeah, you could see.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, I love your wishful thinking. Want to do the first punch?
I look at my short body and basically like, I think I'm a bit too small for that. I think some of your height, you know, non-rabbit, you know, fugly type should go punch the window.
I did not mean to offend you. I could always give you a lift. Would you like to be carried?
No.
Okay.
That was a hesitant no. Is there room for discussion?
Maybe in a moment where I'm not wearing a gown.
Okay, very well. How tall is the? Can I reach the glass?
The door itself, it extends maybe, gosh, what is the typical door size? 5? 5? No, oh gosh, what is the typical door size? Oh my gosh, 6.5 feet ish, somewhere around
I
there.
think it's about, yeah, it's about 6.5 feet is the average height. And then if you're doing window for height wise, you probably do it on the average height. So probably around like 5'9"-ish.
Yeah, that's thinking
5'8".
around 5 foot-ish. Yeah, it's like extends from like 5 foot, 6 foot.
Okay. That's not a height that I'm comfortable with, but it's okay. Can I try to grab one of the beds and try to move it so I can stand on the bed and then punch the window?
You can certainly try. The bed is going to be a bit uneven as it is one on wheels, and the tile work is cracked and uneven, so it might not be the most firm of surfaces to stand on.
I watch Marin do this, and I'll be like, "I'll help," and so I'll hold the bed while you do what you gotta do.
Oh, okay.
Wonderful. You can
So-
absolutely
Also
grab with it.
swing one of the metal stools at it.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the knife in my hand and I'm gonna put it into a fist with the handle of the knife in the middle. And then I guess I'll launch a punch. See what happens.
Beautiful.
Here goes nothing.
Go ahead and... Okay. Make me an attack roll. So I'm going to count this as an improvised weapon for you. Just go ahead, give me a straight D20 roll plus your strength modifier.
Okay.
Anybody actually have strength?
I don't think so.
Dex space.
Space. So it's going to be slash R,
yeah.
/R space 1 to be, yeah. Alternatively, you can also use the buttons down below for the dice icons.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That'd be pretty good. This is a D20. Okay. This +1. Oh, okay. Ah. Sorry.
With a 10. All right. So I understand this correctly. You are taking the scalpel. You are wanting to have the actual like pointed end facing you. You're using the rear of the tool to try and use the blunt side to slam into the glass.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
So you can absolutely try to reach out, and glass is glass. It is going to be a hard but brittle surface in kind of material. As you reach out, lash out, you can hear the resounding thump of your metallic hand hitting, resonating with the glass itself. Nothing breaks. Nothing shifts. There might be the faintest little crack of glass as a couple very, very small shards or chips fall apart. But it appears to be fortified or constructed in some way thicker than a typical pane of glass.
Well, I draw a conclusion that this is not a job that I'm suited for. So I get off the bed and I don't know. What do other people suggest? Any other plans? I look at my team.
Well, if
Do
it's
we-
cracked, does it need
Well,
to
it did
hit one more
crack.
time?
One more time.
Also, I'll go walk over to one of these stools and basically like, do you want to use a stool instead of trying to punch a knife into a pane of glass?
Yeah. I found
What is
something
it made of? Is it metal or?
Oh.
Well, these look like metal. I would assume they're metal.
I would say, yeah,
Okay.
the
If not, I could.
furniture around would certainly be made of metal. It might be a somewhat lighter metal, not like complete iron or steel, but metal nonetheless.
Okay, worth a try. No, a stool is always better than just a scalpel in my hand.
All right, get back on the bed.
Okay.
Well, with the stool, you
Got it.
probably just. With the stool, you could probably just swing the edge of the stool into it. You don't have to actually probably get on the bed, right?
Yeah, but I'm not tall enough to make a comfortable swing at that height.
We got a group of shorties.
What? Think myself to
My
be
race
6 feet?
explicitly says you're small.
All right, well, you can absolutely
okay,
take
I'll
the.
grab
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll grab the stool and I'll try again. This one is for the team, I say, deadpan.
Go ahead and give
And
me
I swing.
another attempt.
Alright, so unarmed strike.
This is one for the team.
With an 11,
11.
Like
You're
you
slowly
better.
getting better.
as you take the stool and you attempt to use like the edge or some sort of harder, refined protrusion from it and slam into some portion of the door, whether it's the glass itself or perhaps like the crevice between the wood and the glass, something to make any sort of indent or difference. You hear a very similar thud. Maybe a couple chips, a couple fragments of the glass break out. Perhaps the indent grows just a smidgen larger. Does not seem to be terribly effective, however.
I see. Well, I jump off the bed and I look at my short friend and I tell him, "This is a good time to remind you that I'm actually a thespian. I'm not built for this. Sorry. By the way, what's your name?"
Oh, he just gets kind of nervous and everybody looks at him. He's like, I'm called B&B.
What's the B stand for?
But
Well,
you're
the-
alone.
well, the-
Where's the end for?
Oh, because there's B, me,
Yeah.
and then there's B, and I point at my chest, and there's like a giant maw in the middle of my chest that just opens, and it just like just a question, DM. I never actually thought about this. Does it speak at all? Can my chest speak?
It does not.
Ah.
Oh.
So you just see like a maw open, and be like, "This is my brother."
I
Interesting.
recoil a bit.
I blink twice.
Can I just wave at it?
Fascinating. And I clap my hands. Well, guys, this doesn't seem to go anywhere. What do we say?
We can always head in that other door.
The stinky door.
Yeah, we can. Let's
Or we
do
could
that.
attempt to open. Oh wait, no, I wouldn't think about that. Yeah, we could go through the other door.
To the stinky
Okay.
room.
Seemingly with no other choice. What if we go to the other door?
All returns to stink. All right,
Okay.
fantastic. Well, with that said, we are approaching the 3:30 mark here for me. Want to keep things in line with everyone's schedule. Do we want to keep going? Do we want to pack it up for today? How are we all feeling and or doing on time?
I'm still fine, but no pressure to keep going either.
Same.
Same. I mean, it's a good place to end, but I don't mind continuing either.
Good. I will have to leave in probably like an hour and a half if we go that far.
Okay.
Maybe an hour, but I
Okay.
can keep going for that long.
I could keep doing an hour, not a problem. We can wrap it up in a little bit then. Just want to be conscious of everyone's schedules.
I would like to use the bathroom though, so I'll be right
Yeah.
back.
Absolutely.
Refused.
Wow.
Overruled.
This door.
This has been
Yeah, I
a
rolled.
fascinating journey to follow.
Really?
I don't know, usually I play more charismatic characters, but I put the 8 in charisma, so I was trying to
I respect
push
it.
that.
I also play heavy charisma characters myself. And so like trying to push beyond that is always a bit of a struggle. So I respect the commitment to that.
Honestly, I
That's so
didn't
funny.
expect to talk that much. It's just that when I'm stressed, I talk a lot.
I mean, I'm sorry to hear, but also I'm glad that's encouraged. Like that 100% was the part of the design behind this, to get people getting to talk with each other and start to puzzle things out or try to figure out just what's going on.
Yeah, heavy, bolded, italicized, underlined, puzzled.
Yeah.
So for that lock that you were doing, did you
Yeah.
ever do clockwise and then counterclockwise?
I would say it would not
I
make a
mean-
difference.
Ah, okay.
But I don't think the
You were not
fixed
destined to
number,
open the locker.
6 digit is for that lock, because if
We
because
can always
I-
destroy the lock.
I
Destroy
also
the door.
I do want to make it clear, if I'm ever too terribly obtuse, let me know. There is purpose for quite literally like everything here, even if it doesn't quite seem like it. Welcome back. But
Thank you.
yeah, if we're needing
My
a
only
bit of
question
a...
would be,
Mhm.
do we come back to areas in this campaign, or do we do one and done?
We can come back. As far as the
Okay.
pre-written stuff, it is pretty linear. In terms of the ability to come back, always possible. Whether things will be in the same state as they were on a retread, that is up for discovery.
Am I tripping? Is that a tiny B&B
what?
What?
right here?
Oh my god. It is.
Oh,
Is
I did
it?
see. I'm not sure how that was applied.
Huh? Oh.
Oh, is it because I'm overlaid with you?
It's because there on your token
Oh.
there's a little like overlay toggle that's been flipped on that has a small version of the token, and I don't remember what specific setting that is.
Well, my character does have the trait which allows me to go through the space of any creature that's one size larger than me.
Oh, if that's the case, that might be what it is. That would make sense. That way you always
'cause
know
I am a
who's where.
small
So
creature.
cool.
That's
Alright.
smart. I think that's the first time I've seen that. All right.
Character is small.
Well, friends, as we come on back, you can certainly begin to approach the stinky door as you've
Who
referenced
opens
it.
the door?
Is anyone willing to go in? Like, willing?
Oh, is there a rope around here?
Sir.
Oh, never mind. You want to go ahead?
Oh, go
All
ahead.
right. So, Jean, as you begin to make your way towards the door, you can see that it is like barely, slightly cracked. You can perhaps give the door a bit of a test. You can see that there's a little bit of give, but it seems as if it is obstructed by something from beyond. And as you grow closer, the overwhelming stench of decay lingers in the air.
I'll just try to hold my breath, or maybe put a little bit of the cloth in my face, the cloth from my clothes.
All right. How are you trying to open the door?
Turn the knob and push it open.
Okay.
Just push.
My question rather, because it is already open, so there's no need, you figure, to turn the knob. Are you just trying to like lightly push it open? Are you charging in? What's the goal here?
Oh, I mean, just open the door normally, like normal speed. Just swing it open, not like meaning business nor being cautious.
Okay. So as a like first attempt, you're trying to open the door as normal, and from just like a light push or a light shove, as you would open a typical door, makes no progress. Does not begin to make any further entry inside. If you're wanting to get in, thinking there needs to be a little bit of force and effort behind it.
I mean, yeah, I'll try to get in. Yeah.
All right. So you can perhaps give yourself a little bit of room, a little bit of leeway, and try to perhaps find a spot to use your shoulder or some other part of your body to open the door in.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, I'll just try to jam, like, you know, when you stay like close to the door and you just bah with your shoulder and just try to
Shoulder
open.
bash.
Yeah,
absolutely.
shoulder bash. Thank you.
So with each attempt to push it open, the door just seems to fight back as if stuck by something. After struggling for a moment longer, you manage to open it just enough to gain entry. You can see that the door is open maybe about a foot, 2 feet or so.
Mhm.
The
I'll
room
try to-
inside.
And I'll try to squeeze in, holding my breath, putting the, you know, when you put your shirt over your nose, kind of deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Were you wanting to actually like go inside or just stay outside for now?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
sorry, go inside.
Yep, no worries. So yeah, as you take a look inside, you find the room to be incredibly dark, oppressive even, from just the weight of the air. A faint glint catches your eye. You can see that just to the right of the doorway, there appears to be a silver lantern attached to the east wall, the switch protruding from the surface just beneath it. And as you begin to step in, the stench of rot hits you, even more overwhelming now, as if something had recently expired, left to its own devices. And almost immediately after, the scent of petrol invades, mixing with the rotten odor.
And I just pick my head back and ask for a cursed blood boy if he can give me his lantern.
I don't have
I'll
it.
approach. I'll approach
well,
and I'll give it to you.
Thank you.
Or I could go in with you if you want some company.
Yeah, I mean, that
mean,
would be nice. I don't like
Can
being
you open
alone.
the door fully?
Can I do it? Also?
It's open enough so that you can easily make, it's not like fully opened, but open enough to gain access, absolutely.
Is there a body block in it that you could just push out of the way and open it fully?
It does seem as if it is currently obstructed by something.
I probably don't see this something, but if she gives me the lantern, can I see the something?
Well, if you want to step inside, take a look around, we can absolutely, yeah.
Can I squeeze in to give the light?
Yeah, absolutely. It's open about like 2 feet or so, maybe a third, halfway open. So enter inside, not a problem.
Okay.
I follow
squeeze
after
everything
Marion.
And I put the light really up high so that it can illuminate the majority of the room.
All right. Yeah,
Oh,
so
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been meaning to ask, but does mannequins have smell? Like, can they smell stuff?
I would say that they have some sort of sensory mechanism or module or something to interpret the different chemical compounds of the air. Yeah.
So they register what the smell is, but do they feel it? Like, would they get disgusted? Or do they just take in the information?
I would leave that up to your interpretation. I think it makes sense to not be as fazed by it. Perhaps if it's something that clogs the sensors or something terribly oppressive, maybe. But it might be a bit more of a mundane experience for you.
Okay, got it.
All right. Well, as you step on in, Jean and Mirren, Lilith trailing behind, you see what appears to be somewhat of a storeroom, somewhat of a collection room. Directly to your right from the doorway, you can see the lantern fixated to the wall. There are cabinets or shelving units lining the west and east walls containing a number of strange articles and objects along the shelves. There are crates, some open, some completely closed, some lost to decay and rot, adorning the north wall and southeast corner of the room. Just beyond the doorway, there is what appears to be like a silver lid or cover fixated on the, or attached to the wall, about halfway up or so. It's about 1.5 feet in height, maybe half a foot in width. Appears to have a little latch to be opened. And behind the door, as you step in, quickly looking around, you do indeed see a deceased body, blocking the door from extending completely.
I see.
And
I move.
who's seeing this?
Me and
Whoever is
Mirren.
currently inside, so Mirren and Jean at the moment.
Okay, I'll tell Lilith that there's something, well, someone, or used to be someone blocking the door. We're gonna try to move it away, but nothing guaranteed.
Before we touch just any bodies that we find, can I investigate about it, like see how is it dressed, how did it die? They have like how long is it being dead for? I don't know. Like, I'm not a specialist, but I can determine some stuff, right?
Sure, if you want to take some time to take a closer look at the body, absolutely. From a first glance, you can see it's just slumped towards the back. Appears to be like a lifeless body of a man. Appears to be rather stiff, wearing stained medical garb. You can tell he's been here for some time. Seems to be a fair bit of time at the very least, but we can either go through with some sort of like medicine check for the state of the body, or we can rifle through the pockets, whichever you want to tackle first.
I'll go through his pockets and see what belongings I can find on him, and then
A sensible
afterwards,
decision.
I want to turn him around. I don't know. Is it like face down in the ground, or is it like face up?
So the way that he's sitting, it seems as if his back was against the door. So when the door had first been attempted to be opened, his body had slightly shifted, blocking the door, turning a bit more parallel with it. So currently I think like his back is angled out towards the rest of the room. So he's kind of already looking towards the wall, towards the south wall.
Okay. Then I would like to, go through his pockets, find any belongings. Maybe an investigation, perhaps?
Yeah, go ahead, give me an investigation check.
Please don't fail me now. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, that's
That's
amazing.
All
Okay.
right.
All right. Okay. As you begin to rifle through the contents of the man's belongings, you find a number of things. You find a card belonging to the Medical Association of Luyarnha, subtext, as ordained by the Radiant Church, reading Dr. Harrow Valmora. You also find a scrap of parchment with what appears to be rather shaky handwriting. You find a set of keys upon a key ring. Noticeably, it has a smaller key that is attached to the ring. Find a small leather pouch that appears to jingle as you begin to move it. And tucked away on the inner side of the coat, you find a small ivory pocketbook. Writing inside appears to be perhaps a diary or a logbook of some sort, before descending into cryptic symbols and occult characters or drawings. At a quick glance, you see mention of puppets without hearts, before the text becomes increasingly erratic and hard to follow.
Right.
Music is a paid actor.
Is this Saw with like the dead body in the middle? Is it like the killer all along? I'll pocket like the book and the coins, I'll pocket them. I'll take a hold in them. I'll take a look at them later. Oh, I don't like that.
You can pocket the coins.
Uh-oh.
Or just so
You
much
can-
money.
You can add 9 silver pieces.
Okay, I thought that. My God, pocket the book. Let me roll an insanity roll here.
So wait, where do you stick the coins?
I'm showing the pouch. No, it's showing the pouch, guys. I'm just not taking. I'm taking the pouch with the coins. I just know that.
I imagine it's just like the arms completely full at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
When you're like
Maybe
shopping,
on
you're
the
just
top
holding
of
like
I already have
eggs
to
in
find
the
the
bag.
bag.
I mean, honestly, I wish I could have some. Anyway,
Sounds
Is
like
it-
the mouth isn't so bad now, eh?
Hey, but what that mouth
is
do?
it a human? Is it a human? Is it an elf? Or what is it?
He does appear to be a human. Yes.
Feel free. Okay. I mean, yeah, I'll let him be. Can I see like how he died now?
Sure. Go ahead and give me a medicine check.
Oh yes, I mean, great though. Apparently not. Oh wait,
Hell yeah.
wait! I'll use my inspiration point that I just got to reroll.
Okay.
Let me remove that, and get a net one.
Oh my
no.
god.
Maybe it is
Hell
just
yeah,
fake,
brother. Let's go.
That's
All right.
unfortunate.
As you take a look over the body, you are able to identify that the corpse is indeed human. He is a male. And there appears to be some bruises along the abdomen and forearms through tatters of the medical coat. You figure likely from a struggle of some kind.
Alright, struggle. Out of curiosity, I look at Mirren. It's like, we're pushing like small talk. Hey, Mirren,
Yeah. What's up?
do you perhaps have a heart?
A heart.
Yeah, like a beating heart, just out of curiosity.
I do have parts in my body that works like a heart, if that's what you're asking.
I
Mirren,
mean, it's good enough. Good enough for me.
Mirren, could you make me
Yes?
a charisma saving throw, please?
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot I have the notes.
Oh yeah, the doll notes.
Okay.
Yikes. Sorry.
As you're asked if you have a heart, you ponder. A pulsing, some sort of, not pain, not sure if calling, if response, if something. It's almost as if it is reacting to the notion.
Of a heart.
Mm-hmm.
I cover my eyes instinctively, and then when I manage to calm down, I take my hands off and I ask Jane, "What do you see in my eyes? Do they look different? I feel something's weird. Something weird is going on up there."
Do I see anything?
As you take a look at Mirren, perhaps it was the lack of light, perhaps it was the stress of the situation, whatever the case might be. You truly take a look at Mirren. And they appear to be a mannequin, loosely constructed in the guise of someone or visage of someone, but notably a construct in nature. But when you take a look at their eyes, you see perhaps they were missing one at some point.
Mm-hmm.
You see what it looks to be perhaps a doll's eye, a close likeness. The other slots a somewhat purple gem or stone, noticeably different.
Well, I'll look at her. Weird question to ask. Take a long look at her face, and I just instinctively just give her like a soft smile. I put my hand on her face, and I just see a pretty doll. It's all.
Okay, thank you. I guess it does assure me a bit. I don't remember filling up the other eye, but here we are. Okay, moving on. The body. I tried very, very quickly to change the subject, as it is not something that I want to bundle on. The body. Where do you want it? We can move it.
Let's move it outside, right? So maybe just let's put it on one of the beds.
Why?
I mean,
dead.
yeah, I mean it is dead, but the stench in here is terrible because of his dead body. So let's take it out so we can freshen it up a little bit, and I can breathe normally here.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. that convinced me, so I'm gonna drag his feet and try to move him away from the door so that the door can open, and then we can then move him outside.
Sure. Yeah, working together, you can absolutely begin to remove the body, place it on one of the nearby tables. Not a problem at all. Door is completely free to open, close, any which way.
I move
As soon as
away
the
from
body,
the door as they do that.
yeah, as soon as the body comes in, I like take a look at it and start retching.
It is an overwhelming presence. Yes, the aroma does spread throughout the room.
I'll go stand with damn it, what's your name again? Lilith over there,
Lilith.
away from the body.
Fair enough.
If we look closely to the items in the room, is there anything that appears to be useful? Useful as in something we can use to open the other door. Just doesn't seem to want much.
I do not know how to quantify useful. I can only tell you what is in the room.
Okay.
B&B about to go to town.
Well, I just realized that WSD, you can use WSD to move your character.
You can indeed. There may be moments
Oh my God,
where
Let's go.
there may be moments where a wall might block off something, so it's
shit.
not the most reliable thing, but yeah, absolutely. But
Okay,
in terms of like looking around, we have the shelving units that hold different components or articles and strange looking or abnormal objects along them. We have crates along the north and southwest of the room. We have the lantern that is nearby the entryway. We have the panel that's set just past the door along the southern wall.
Okay. I'll try to pick up one of the components just to try to analyze what they're in for. Are they just decorations? Do they serve a meaning? Serve a purpose?
Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
With a 12, holding the light and looking throughout the room, you see the different shelves with dusty relics, jars of strange or foreign substances, items that seem both ancient and impossible. There appear to be humanoid-esque body parts, different limbs, or different types of perhaps organs that might look close to that of a typical human or elves, but are somehow just slightly off, as if experimented or as if mutated or fabricated in some way. There are a number of skulls, some fused together, perhaps trying to mess with the innate structure of the bones themselves, whether it's the skulls or it's the adjoining bones and filaments, trying to perhaps be used in rituals or experiments to move beyond that of a typical creature's makeup.
Okay.
Is there a way out in there? I'd say a bit louder.
Unfortunately, I say as I come near the door, this seems to be a dead end. I think it's just a room full of collection and relics.
Relics?
uh-oh, you said the magic word.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. The strange thing, those that looks like.
Oh yeah, is
human
this door
body
open?
parts.
It is indeed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Curiosity would probably also get the better of me, and I'll
Yeah, you all
come
can
into their space.
make your way in. You see Jean and Lilith. I'm sorry, Jean and Mirren, somewhat at home, as you all walk in. The initial aroma kind of washes over you, but you're able to come to terms with the stench. You see the same things. You see the crates along the walls. You see some open, some that are closed, some lost to time and decay. The collection of items and books along the west and east walls, the lantern nearby the door, and the little lid or fixture to the south just beyond the entryway.
Is there any way we can open up these boxes or crates?
Yeah, absolutely. You can certainly begin to rifle through. Some have a very strange texture to them, as if they've been left in a damp place for far too long, and they've got that sort of slimy, grimy feel to them. Others are in a bit better condition. So you're wanting to try and look through the contents of the boxes for now.
Yes.
All right. What's everyone else wanting to do?
Can I
I wanna-
investigate the west shelf over here?
Yeah, absolutely. Very similarly, you find the different items, objects, and articles that almost to a sense kind of defy understanding or explanation. Some of them look mundane, like things you would see out in the world. Others just look so alien, so foreign to anything you might even possibly be able to understand.
I'm just like looking at it, curiously, picking things up, turning it around in my hand.
Yeah, you can interact with like some of the jars, perhaps holding the severed limbs. There's a bit of like a liquid they're currently submerged in. There are the elements of bones kind of fused or mixed together, forming these abstract shapes, whether it's through extended arms or different sort of limbs on their own. Any number of just odd, very questionable items on the shelves.
Tasty.
Yeah, you wouldn't happen to know, I got, on the side of my screen on the left-hand side, I seem to have like an inventory screen that showed up, and I don't know how to get rid of it.
If you have your token highlighted, press E.
Thank you.
Aha!
Okay, so that's what it was.
Yeah, for real. Thank God you said something, because it was bothering the ish out of me.
I want to take a look at the titles of the books over here.
Sounds good. Go ahead and give me a religion check.
Religion.
Let's go.
All right.
Okay. How many 20s have we had today?
Way
lot,
too many,
surprisingly.
or rather, not enough.
There have been a lot.
Oh,
All right.
4.
We will we'll touch on that in a second for your arch.
Okey-dokey.
Mirren, Jean, anything else you two would like to be doing in the meantime?
I'll check the lantern. Is there any particular reason why it's not working?
There's a little switch beneath it. You can try to flick the switch. Does not seem to be reacting at all. The makeup of it appears to be structured very similarly to the other lanterns found to the throughout the facility so far. Best guess, I figure there might not be any sort of power directly applied to it.
You said
I
there was a
see.
petroleum smell, right?
There was indeed a petroleum smell.
I'm trying to piece stuff together because now we have a dead body. We have a lot of blood in the ground. We have a mannequin that's not working. So I'm trying to piece together, like, did he came running from the locked doors? Did he lock the doors here and then ran over here and died, or something killed it here and then, like, but it wouldn't make sense because the door was closed with him in the door. I want to see if, like, I don't even know what I want to see. I want to see if I can find maybe some keys. Maybe, like, I want to find a key to open this book that is in my chest.
My question would be, why is there blood at the mannequin?
Yeah, that's true. And why there's blood draining to the locker that we were trying to open?
These are wonderful
But I
questions.
feel like the blood starts from the locker, and it ran all the way over here. Maybe it was trying to hide or something. That could explain the state of the body that was blocking the door.
Yeah, but, like, the
But how
door
did
in the
they get
south
in,
is
though?
locked. Yeah, the door in the south is locked.
This one.
What's on the ground in the room? Like, is this a rug?
There is a rug on the center, or adorning the center, yes.
Or moving thing. Do I pull the rug? Do I see a trapdoor underneath it?
I do
cool.
appreciate that. There is barren stone beneath the rug.
Damn.
I mean, I'm gonna try to see if there's, like, yeah, two things. I want to see if I can find a key for this book. Maybe even, like, a lockpick, improvised lockpick, perhaps, or, and I want to find anything that may help us to get out of this damn place. Like, to go through those heavy doors over there.
Sure thing. What did you pick up the key
How are we
set
doing on
from?
time?
We have a little bit of time remaining for to end today. In terms of time in game, is that the question, or?
I mean, like, time in the campaign. Like, yeah, per session.
Yeah, we've got roughly 20, 30 minutes left.
Okay, awesome.
John, did you pick up the key set from the doctor's body?
I did, actually, yes.
Okay. So if you want to try looking around messing with the keys, you can certainly attempt to do so.
Yeah.
And find that one of the keys, the little smaller key attached on the ring, appears to be constructed differently than the others. They do not appear to be made of the same metal, the same alloy, the same material. Very closely matching that of the lock of the book you have.
I mean, I'll just, like, as I'm just, like, feeling around, checking the rooms, go to the corner here, turn around my back to everyone, and I'll pick the key and I'll try to open the book without no one looking. Just, I want to see it first myself. I'm just looking for something here, guys. Don't worry.
So you want to you're wanting to unlock the book but not take a look inside.
No, I want to take a look inside, but I want to be the first and only to take a look inside.
Gotcha. Okay. Noted. We will visit that in a little bit then. Arch was looking for... You were looking for titles of the books, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So you see that a number of the documents, or sorry, the tomes refer to ancient scripts relating both to that of the Radiant Order, the Scions, and a sect known as the Obitus Scolaire. Some appear to be even older, written in a language, a script you have no idea of, have no idea how to even parse. The writing itself appears to be impossible to physically replicate, something your mind just cannot understand or wrap itself around.
Huh. Alright. I would like to take the book about the sect.
Specifically referring to the Obitus Scolaire.
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely can do. You can pull it right off the shelf.
And I'll be just entertaining myself by flipping through the pages with the little light that we have.
Sounds good. It may flicker here and there as Mirren moves around or as the light outside the entryway flickers, but you can try to parse through the pages at your pace.
Yeah.
All right, bringing us off to B&B. Oh, B&B. Forever the cursed blood trash can. As you rifle through the crates, you uncover all sorts of mundane items. You can find bits of rope or medical supplies and implements. You can find a crowbar. You can find some boxes of beast repellent. You can even discover some, while bland, relatively clean clothing and fabric. A simple button-down shirt, trousers, and the like.
Ooh.
There'd be a good 7-8 sets of clothes total. Let's see. You discover a couple more traditional like bandages and gauze, as opposed to the treated bandages you discovered earlier. There's things like different kinds of salves and ointments, needles, thread, etc., that you might reasonably opt to find trying to treat patients or close different incisions and whatnot. Anything more on like that kind of mundane spectrum you could reasonably discover. However, as you begin to push through the crates, that smell of petrol lingers far, far more, becomes more apparent. And off in the back corner, along the wall, appears to be a small generator of sorts. There are a couple of boxes and crates that are kind of encasing it, either piled up directly on top of it or just to the side of it. But it is, for all intents and purposes, hidden. Appears to have cables that lead back directly through the wall, but is otherwise inert.
Okay. Is it full or is it leaking?
Taking a look at it, can't tell any leaks. Doesn't appear to be leaking of any kind. How do you want to test if it's full?
Well, I would assume I could see where it's actually like power, or it's like gas tank is basically.
I would say like any sort of fuel would be enclosed. It would not be immediately accessible.
But it's a generator, so it would not have like a little canister, like a nozzle which you open up and refill?
It would, yes. So if you wanted to like either try to take it apart and check the like the weight or shift it back and forth, it's just you wouldn't be able to visually see what the level is like. That's all.
So there is like a fuel nozzle on it, or there isn't?
There is some sort of like attachment or component for what you can infer to be fuel. Absolutely. It's just not, you would not be able to see the level visually is all. You'd be like feeling
So I wouldn't
like,
be able to like,
yeah, like the
I
weights.
wouldn't
If
be able
it's,
to open it up and like look down.
yeah, no, if you want to do that, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just open up the cap and then look down and see whether or not there was enough light to where I could just get a visual judge of it.
It seems about a quarter of the way full. Seems it's reaching its maybe last reserves, but there is still a little bit that is left inside.
And it's running right now, or it's not?
It is not currently operable.
Okay. So I could run it, but it'd be a temporary fix, and I don't know how long it'd run for. Okay. I'll put the cap back on and then look to everybody else and be like, I think I found a generator here, but I don't think it'll last very long if we turn it back on.
Huh.
Okay.
The cables are leading into the wall, right?
Yes.
Are they the same type of cables as we saw with the mannequin over there?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Would it
Yeah.
activate the mannequin if we off the generator?
I would assume it'd power this entire section, not just the robot or the construct.
A reasonable guess.
Maybe if you like power it up, it would like turn on the it will turn on the what you call the doors, and we can go through the double doors. Maybe
The
they're
only problem
electric.
is we'd have very little time, and then they'd probably lose power very quickly. It's on its last reserves.
The other door, the little box next to the door. You needed something to put in, right? Did your keys perhaps work on that?
Talking to Jean.
Yeah. Sorry.
As you no, it's absolutely fine. It's as you begin to like look towards Jean, you can see them
Sorry,
perhaps
I
in their
scrapped everything
own
quickly.
little corner.
Yeah, sorry, just a moment. Sorry, just gotta go do something real quick. Just the toilet. Sorry.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Not a problem. I was gonna use that as a little cliffhanger. Oh no.
Oh, right.
Oh no.
But yes, the
Back turned to
cables
us.
do appear to be similar to what connected the mannequin to the wall station. Not identical, clearly different connections, different types of ports and whatnot, but a similar enough premise. I'd say at the very least, if you're trying to make connections, there could be some sort of infrastructure that is established between the walls to provide potential power between different parts of the facility.
Right. Okay.
Was the mannequin plugged in when you went to investigate it, Miriam?
Sorry?
Was the mannequin plugged in? The slumped over mannequin, was it plugged in when you investigated it?
I remember it being attached to the walls. I don't know if that counts as being plugged in. Because it was deactivated, that's for sure. But maybe that's only because the wall didn't provide any energy.
So is us turning on the operator, could it possibly turn on our mannequin friend?
That would be my guess.
Friend.
Friend is a fair word here. You know, before you always assume people are friends. You want more friends than enemies, right?
I can agree with that.
Well, he's one of us. And we're
Yeah, he
and we're
looks-
harmless.
He looks
Who's
similar
harmless?
to you guys. Yeah, I'm harmless. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you say.
Gonna look at B&B and be like, not you, fugly kitten.
Hey, I got a lot of knives here.
You got promoted from bunny to kitten.
Sorry about that. Nature has some weird times to do a calling.
Not a problem. I was just gonna go ahead and visit you as you are trying to perhaps go off to your own corner, unlock the book, take a little bit of a look inside while everyone else is occupied.
Yeah.
Easily enough, you are able to insert the key into the lock. You hear a little click as you flick it. You hear the little rattle, the chains free. You're able to take the book however you'd like.
I'll just go through it like a little bit here and there. I want to read everything as fast as possible. I want to skim through it, and if I find something that's interesting, I want to like. Let me explain a little bit. I'm both curious of living here and maybe finding useful information, and at the same time, I just am so curious about this book, and I want to see if I can find something related to what's in my left arm, in my left hand.
Okay. With that being the case, a lot of the information will take time to glisten if you're able to glean any sort of information at all. As you open the book, I need a wisdom saving throw, please.
It's the Book of Thay. I'm telling you, man.
Wisdom save. Here it is. And okay.
Okay. Perhaps feeling emboldened from your prowess before, not having the book left your side, you power on through, you open it up, no ill effects. You begin to read through its pages, parsing any information you can try to find. Go ahead, give me an Arcana or Religion check, whichever is higher for you.
Arcana is. I'm actually proficient in Arcana. Let me see religion. Yeah, Arcana it is. Yeah, okay.
Okay. With a 12, you see a lot of symbols. You see a lot of squiggles. If there is a language used inside, it is foreign, forgotten, or completely alien. As you glance through, a single symbol etched in the margin of one of the pages does catch your eye, as it matches that of a crescent moon with 3 lines horizontally coming out of the top, middle, and bottom.
I do know this symbol, right?
You are very familiar with the symbol.
Okay. Oof. Okay. This is John's book now.
Right in the margin.
Would I be aware of the book, by the way?
Aware of its presence, that it is an object of some sort? Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say yes.
Okay. That's all. Nothing more.
Fantastic. Well, as we all wrap up here for the time being, what is our next goal? What are y'all thinking of trying to pursue next? We're currently in the Components and Sundries room. We have the crates we've rifled through. We've got the shelves and whatnot containing the articles, the alien objects. We have the lid, the little like the latch along the wall just beyond the door inside. And we have the rest of the areas that we have been through. What are we wanting to look into? What's our direction?
Before we move on, did B&B take that crowbar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trust me, I took it.
It's Kirby.
That was my only question.
No, I had the same
Well-
idea as you.
What's
The-
the idea?
Crowbar to door.
Well, we can
Okay.
try the non-brutish way first. See if Jean's keys work with the latch next to the door.
Yeah,
Right.
You have keys?
I have keys. Many
Since
keys.
when?
From
Since
the
the dead body.
Oh, I forgot about the body. I'm gonna go to the body and start patting it down.
Is that part of your diet?
No. Actually, don't ask. And I'll continue.
Sometimes a man has got to eat another man.
We have the confirmed Blue Goblin. All right. Let me
only
see
missing
here.
the-
Nothing on it. I just needed to be said.
I'm just missing the murder hobo now.
Well, I am curious. Did you leave anything on the body, Sean?
Yeah, I can tell you what I picked up. I picked up the ivory book that has the pouch of coins, and the plenty of keys that he has. That's the only thing I picked it up.
Okay. So, if you wish, B&B, you would discover a card belonging to the Medical Association of Luyarnha, subtext Radiant, as ordained by the Radiant Church, that reads Dr. Harrow Valmora. You find a scrap of parchment with what appears to be rather shaky handwriting. And I do believe that would be all that is left.
Ugh, church. Then I'll continue. I'll be like, all right. So it's like also I found clothes, and I'll start pulling. Although I could have kept the clothes in the crate and then passed them out to people, he didn't really think about that time. He was like, put it inside and then grab it later. I start pulling out the sets of clothes.
Is it the clothes that our characters normally have in the portraits? Conveniently.
Well, I thought this was just regular like sets
Yeah,
of the standardized clothes.
It would just be a generic like button-down shirt or blouse or trousers.
Oh yeah, no, I mean that's already so much better.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just
Look,
quickly pull
friends.
out the
Where has
sets for
that
Pockets.
everybody.
mouse been, though?
Is it slimy?
What?
Where has that mouse been, though?
Everywhere.
It's not slimy when you pull it out.
I mean, it's kind
It's
of like
slimy if I
this.
have to spit it out. I can open it up enough just full.
Just being precautious, that's all.
Exactly.
All right.
I
Well,
will graciously accept them clothes, though.
all right. Grouping y'all back together. So, is everyone getting all suited up in the new attire?
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at you having actual
I'm keeping my
pockets to put
doctor
things
attire.
into.
Yeah,
Keep the doctor's attire?
I'm sure-
Okay.
I'm sure keeping the book in my chest. Everything else is going in pockets.
Okay. Yep, not a problem. So we're wanting to make our way back towards the entryway then? The double doors.
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Make our way on down. As you come across the panel, Jean, you can take one of the keys, try to line it up with a little indentation on the right-hand side. First key doesn't work, doesn't
Right,
fit,
right.
it's too big.
Sorry, just real quick, before I do any of that, I want to take a look at the mannequin and just make sure he's in the position I left him.
Go ahead, give me an investigation check.
Just make sure that because we just went past it, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna. You very yes, yes. The rolls are godlike today.
With a 19, as you begin to look over the mannequin, at first you feel a sense of relief. It's still hunched over. Hasn't moved. It's in the exact same position you left it. The face still emotionless, expression unchanged. However, when you get back up, you notice the back of the mannequin. And as you take a look towards the wall, in the faintest bit of light provided from the torch currently at the doors, you can see the connections, the cablings, the wirings are not attached.
Wait, they were attached before, right?
They are not currently attached.
No, but before they were attached, right?
I think he knows what you mean.
Yeah.
You begin to think, perhaps I missaw earlier. How else would you be able to move the mannequin if it was still at the station?
Oh.
Oh.
Where's everyone? Is people are like next to me or something?
At the door.
You are currently all alone by the mannequin.
Help.
What?
And that is where we are going to end it for tonight, folks.
Wow.
Banger.
Oh, I appreciate you all joining me for this Sunday. Thank you so very much. It has been a joy dipping back into this world. There's a lot of spooky, mysterious stuff happening. There's a lot of stuff going on that, honestly, just why? Does any of it make sense? What's going on? Why did any of this happen in the first place? Why are you guys even here? I don't understand, and I'm very curious to know what your understandings of the situation are when we complete this adventure. But as we wrap up, let's go one by one. Let's talk a bit about where we are, where the characters are, how we're feeling, how we're checking in. Starting off with Arch and Sven. How are you enjoying things? Where's Arch? What's Arch thinking? What's the kind of journey been while playing?
Well, I'm kind of like a fish out of water right now. Definitely not used to any of this. Dead bodies, blood. Hospitals are maybe more familiar, but not this kind, I guess. I'm just hanging back a bit, seeing what's going on. Not sure where I can fit in yet with these people. Got 2 dolls, something that scurries around on the floor. Very foreign to me. But I'm definitely warming up to the other party members. And yeah, the session was real good. Vibes are immaculate, bro.
Wonderful. I ask for nothing more. All right, well, thank you. Heading off to Eldritch and B&B. Same kind of questions. Where we at? What are we thinking? How we feeling? How you enjoying things?
I'd say it's pretty good so far. I would say B&B at this point. Although he's beginning to trust some of them, he's still very cautious just because it's a situation that most likely he does not want to be in. So any type of noise or any type of suspicious stuff, he's probably going to be jumping and then thinking about what he has to do and then doing it instead of actually jumping to help. Right now he's just trying to collect supplies and then I don't know, have a solution.
A very practical conclusion. All right. I like it. Thank you. Thank you. Jean and Aki. Aki currently here.
Yeah.
All right.
Honestly, John is a little, what you call it, a little cautious of the situation. I prefer to be armed, and I'm unarmed and frightened. Much like a video game, as soon as they give you the shotgun, it stops being a horror game. And I am very scared. I actually got actual goosebumps with the mannequin's cables. I literally was like, oh, damn, I'm dead kind of situation. But yeah, warming up to the party. I'm liking everyone. Arch was a little quiet, but I'm getting to maybe when we share less names, maybe we'll bond together, I guess. And
Yeah.
I really enjoyed Miran. She's really cute. I really like her too.
Oh, thank you.
Wonderful. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Heading on down to Lilith and Joe. Where are you at? How are you feeling? How are you enjoying things? How's it going?
Lilith is chilling. I feel like because she was a sheltered mannequin, she's just curious about everything. Nothing really phases her. Joe, on the other hand, is really just like trying not to metagame, but also trying to like get out of here as fast as possible. It's not passing the vibe check. But the session itself is really fun, and it's definitely immersive, and I'm enjoying the vibes with the team.
Hell yeah.
Wonderful. Love to hear it. I do try to thread the needle between something being immersive and something being completely obtuse. So if it does feel that way, because I know not having a lot of information can sometimes feel like that, let me know. I will try to adjust, but I think you all are on the right track so far. And last, once again, but certainly not least, Flats and Miran. Where are we at? What are we thinking? What's going on?
I think for Marin, like she's fine. She's like adapting to all of this. I wouldn't say it's like a normal Tuesday for her, but it's more like it's more like, oh, since this is happening, I guess that's my life now, and she's just going with the flow. And most of the time, I try to roleplay her being monotone, but she does have a lot of thoughts and things she wanted to say. Anyway, but for me personally, I really enjoy the sessions. I never seen something like this before, so every time something pops up, I'm like, oh my god, I didn't know it could be like that.
Yeah,
So
same. Not gonna lie.
I'm just fascinating from the beginning to the end. I'm like, wow. It's just mind blown.
I'm very honored and pleased to hear that. The fact that it is a bit more of the unique side, perhaps, or something that's not often looked at or done in most average games. I know that I have my particular areas I gravitate towards as a player and as a DM. I love the investigative mysteries. I love the thriller suspense and just like the environmental world telling where you're not told a story. You piece together whatever is there and come to your own conclusions. The world just exists. And that's the kind of methodology and ideology I have when I try to design things for you all. Is there anything that you can remember that made you feel like that? Are there any specific examples that you liked, or just the overall vibes?
First, I remember being really shocked when I saw the lights were moving. I know that sounds trivial, but it's not trivial. It's really impressive. The fact that you put so much effort and preparation and all the sets, like I've never seen lights move on a map before, so it is just me. And for the story part, I think that there's a lot of details that makes me feel like, oh, this seems real, and this is like, oh, I can see why this detail is in there because it just makes sense. Anyway, that's me rambling. Sorry.
Oh, no, do never apologize. I will take all the praise from you all. I don't take praise very well. I love it. Thank you. I do hope that you all are having a wonderful and fantastic time. I am very happy to have the honor and the pleasure of running y'all through this adventure. Tonally, it might be a bit different once we get to the pre-written stuff, but it's because I have my own little flair. I hope we enjoy it together. Until we meet again, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your nights, days, evenings, whenever it is for y'all. That said, do we want this to be a weekly thing? Are Sundays good for us weekly? Do we want it bi-weekly? What's the structure looking like for you all?
If possible, if we could play just like maybe a little later, it would be fantastic for me. A little later, I mean like rather than starting at 10, maybe like 12:30 for you, Dale.
Okay.
I can do Sundays at 7 p.m. EST. So that'd be like, I don't know, 4 p.m. PST?
That's fine with, I can, any time on Sunday, I can accommodate, whatever works best for you all.
Yeah, me too, pretty much.
I'm good with 7 p.m. Eastern time too.
All right. So we'll aim for a little bit later on next week then. If we need to update or if there needs to be something that needs to be addressed, let me know, hit me up. If there's any ideas you want to work with me on or introduce, or if y'all just want to theory craft about what's going on, I love getting all of your opinions. I will never confirm nor deny, but I love the ideas, and they may shape where things potentially go if there's something I had not considered. That said, it has been a long session. I've kept you guys a little bit over where we should have. I wanted to end on a good note. Thank you once again, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Y'all have a
Bye.
wonderful day.
Thank you, Dale.